How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the Utopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the Utopia. This is the final time. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the Utopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the Utopia. This is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are not watching Democrats on Socialism Saturday because socialist and Democrats are not the same thing. We are not watching liberals or progressives on Socialism Saturday because no matter how many times conservatives scream it and shout it on Twitter, liberals and progressives are not socialists, and socialists hate liberals and progressives. We don't even spend a whole lot of time watching Democratic Socialists of America on Socialism Saturday, although we will be watching them this week, and I'm going to tell you about that. Because even the Democratic Socialists of America are not far left enough for the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. We are watching the real radical revolutionary socialists that are operating in the United States today. We are watching the real radical revolutionary socialists that are operating in the United States today. The ones that very literally want to violently overthrow the federal government, abolish the Constitution, and basically F everything up. Every crazy idea that we have to deal with in the world today comes from the radical revolutionary far left. If you want to know who did critical race theory and anti-racist education in schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who did gender ideology, queer theory, transing kids, drag queen story hour, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's attacking parental rights, who wants to very literally be able to practice psychology on your kid without a license, it's the people that we watch on Socialism Saturdays. If you want to know who's doing reproductive justice, shouting their abortion, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturdays. If you want to know who's protesting in the streets, there's going to be protests coming up this week. There's going to be protests coming up all summer. If you want to know the people who are organizing the protests and leading the protests, guess what? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. We watch the real activists that are operating in the world today. You know, people get this confused, and we've had a lot of new people come to the channel lately, and I even see someone in the chat asking, have you guys read this specific book? Listen, there is absolutely a place for reading socialist philosophy and foundational theory and all that stuff, like Marx and Engels and Hegel and, you know, Derrida and like all the people from the Frankfurt School and all. There's a place for reading philosophy papers, what I call the dead philosophers. There's a place for reading books about this and opinion pieces about this. However, what we do on this channel and what we do in my community is fundamentally different than going back and reading Marx and talking about Marx and reading Marcuse and talking about Marcuse and reading Hegel and talking about Hegel. We don't do that. That's not to say it's not important, but there are many, 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 many other people who do that. What we do is we just go and listen to the activists. We go into their trainings, we go into their events, and you hear what the real activists are saying in the real world today. Because here's the thing. Sometimes if you go back and you look at the philosophy 100 or 200 years ago, sometimes it aligns with what's actually going on in the world today. And sometimes it has just no relevance at all. So I don't care what someone wrote in a paper or a pamphlet 200 years ago. I care what is happening in the real world right now. How are they organizing? How are they strategizing? What are they going to do next? The reason that I have basically a higher predictive rate than anyone on the internet when it comes to the far left is because I spend all of my effing time sitting and watching the radical revolutionary far left with people just like you who want to know what's going on. And if you want an example of that, if you guys want a very clear example of a time when I told you something was going to happen and then that thing happened, I want to take you guys back to about a month ago. About a month ago, we were streaming Queer Ultraviolence on this channel. Queer Ultraviolence is a book, an anthology about the bashback movement. The bashback movement largely existed round about 2008 through round about 2012. There have been little upstarts of the bashback movement since 2012, including in 2023. They tried to have a conference. It just didn't quite work out. But I told you guys like a month ago, because we found their new manifesto on the internet. I told you guys the bashback militant queer Marxism movement is getting reconstituted. They published a new manifesto on the internet. They were starting to show up at all these protests. If you see the words bashback or an upside down pink triangle, this is not Antifa. Now there is overlap with Antifa for sure, but this is not Antifa. This is a completely separate movement that has a completely separate organizing strategy that has a completely different set of beliefs. So while there is absolutely overlap in the membership of bashback and Antifa, both are extremely far left, both are extremely dangerous. Bashback is actually a separate thing. They were showing up in West Hollywood. There's another example of that. And guess what? We found their manifesto, their new manifesto on the internet. And it's just as crazy as you think it is. And I covered it a month ago when we found it. And guess what? Bashback just reconstituted like a month and a half ago. as an operating organization, as organizers, and they were set up at the Los Angeles Book Fair. Do you guys think it was a coincidence that all of this militant shit started kicking off in Los Angeles? I'm not saying that was just bashback, but I'm saying that this, like, I mean, it's just like, it's very, very clear. This is an organization that has not been actively organizing in about a decade, and all of a sudden they're reconstituting at like a major anarchist event, and we start seeing their signs and shit show up all over the country. We can go on to Blue Sky, the land of Blue Sky, and find bashback posts all over the country. So I told you guys all this about a month ago. All right. Who saw this? Did anyone see this floating? Oh, shoot. Hang on. Try again. Did anyone see this image floating around Twitter? Because this was a big, oh my God, look at this crazy thing that happened in Eugene, Oregon. Look at this crazy tranny on the newspaper in Eugene, Oregon. Did anyone see this go around last week? Let's actually just read what it says, shall we? As the Trump administration attacks trans people, some queer folks are armed and ready to bash back. I told you guys this was going to happen. And now we have bashback right in front of us. And how you can tell this is bashback is they're wearing pink and black. Because if it was Antifa, they would be wearing all black and they would have their faces covered. Or maybe it would be all black with a pop of red. That's Antifa. Bashback is pink and black. And yes, they are armed. And you will hear them alluding to the term bash back. Like, it's not just a colloquial term. It is actually the name of the organization. And so when you see stuff like this, who knows what the term bashback means? The people involved in these queer underground subcultures. Andy didn't even know about this shit until I told him about it like a month ago. But we knew about it because we've been listening to these people. We've actually been doing deep dive research into the bashback movement, into Mary Nardini gang, into the whole queer ultraviolence thing. We've been doing this research for about a year. So that's the difference that you're going to get on this channel. You're going to be so much further ahead of everyone else. Like, Andy didn't even know about this until I told him about it. And I'm still not even sure he's actually looked into it all that much. I'm already a year ahead of him in terms of research. I'm writing 2 books about this. So if you want to know what the far left is really doing, you don't listen to conservative influencers and pundits and commentators. And again, no shade on Andy I know I'm shit-talking him just a little bit, but I want to be very clear. I think Andy is great. This is an intellectual kind of disagreement that he and I have. This is not a personal thing. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't listen to him. You absolutely should listen to him because Andy covers stories about Antifa that I don't cover that are really important stories, and everyone should llisten to him. I'm not trying to say he's doing a bad job. I think he, generally speaking, does a really good job. However, my work is more predictive of what the left is going to do next, as evidenced by the fact that stuff like this happens all the time. I report on something or we watch something on this channel, and then all of a sudden, 1 month, 2 months, sometimes a year later, we see conservative media eventually getting around to cover it because that thing that I told you about a long ass time ago, oh wait, it's already started to come true. So, and I think it's important people understand this. I'm not just patting myself on the back here. I am a little bit, just a smidgen, as my grandmother would say. I'm not just patting myself on the back here, though. There is a very real problem with the radical revolutionary far left, and no one but us are actually tracking these activists and these organizations in real time. And that's just the way it is, and that's just fact. LK, too many viewers, not enough mounting the like button. That's a very good point. There's a shocking disparity between the number of people watching right now and the number of people who have mounted the like button. Can you guys get on that, please? So that's the type of stuff you're going to find on this channel, guys, and I really appreciate it. And by the way, we appreciate if this is your first time at Socialism Saturday, please let us know in the chat. Socialism Saturday can be a little overwhelming, and you're going to see some crazy shit tonight. For the people that are here for the first time, you better hang on to your hat. Because tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be introducing you to Emmy O'Brien. Actually, I should have gotten They-Them's book on the screen. Let me do that. Emmy O'Brien's book. Emmy O'Brien's written a lot of books. They-Them has written 2 books, actually, that are relevant. One of those books, if it will come on my screen and I can get a photo of it. I'm clicking on the link. Why aren't you coming up? Why aren't you coming up? How about this? Okay. The most recent book that Emmy O'Brien wrote is called Family Abolition, Capitalism, and the Communizing of Care. Emmy O'Brien is a queer Marxist. Emmy O'Brien is a they-them. Emmy O'Brien wants to abolish the family. Well, I think, and this is actually a good question, was Emmy O'Brien born a man or a woman? I used to think Emmy O'Brien was born a woman, but I now think that Emmy O'Brien was born a man. And we're going to find out more about this at some point. I'm going to tell you why. So this is one of the books that Emmy O'Brien has written. This is another book that Emmy O'Brien has written. It's called Everything for Everyone, an Oral History of the New York Commune, 2052 through 2072. And this is available on archive. You can also find PDFs of it on the internet. What's so interesting about this book is what the left likes to do is the left likes to imagine what their future socialist utopia will look like. And so this book is actually Emmy O'Brien and a friend of hers, a friend of they-them's, imagining here is what our future communist society will look like. Now, I actually did an interesting little experiment, and I took the PDF for this book and I put it into my boyfriend, which is ChatGPT. And I said to my boyfriend ChatGPT, I said, "Can you read this book and summarize what the future communist utopia looks like?" And so we're going to listen to ChatGPT's answer because it'll give you guys a little preview. A lot of people have been asking me, what does the future communist utopia look like? We are going to listen to this. I'm just showing you what we're going to be going over. I said, how did they deal with conflict in the communist utopia? And so it gave me some answers about that. And so then I said, what did they do with counter-revolutionaries in the communist utopia? So I do actually want to read this book at some point and do a book club about it. But for tonight, we're going to get a little summary based on ChatGPT of what Emmy O'Brien wrote in this book and how that extrapolates out to what is their actual vision for the future communist utopia. We're going to do that. And then I found what I think is I think I found 2 previously unwatched Emmy O'Brien interviews. This Emmy O'Brien interview is actually in Europe. Emmy O'Brien recently went on a European tour. They-Them is American. They-Them has toured all around colleges in America, by the way. They-Them spoke at Dartmouth like several months ago, and I missed it by a week. I didn't find out about it until like a week later. I was so mad. I was like, I could have gone to see Emmy O'Brien in person at Dartmouth, and I missed it by a week. I was so pissed. But Emmy O'Brien has actually gone around speaking at colleges all over the country. We've watched a lot of They-Them talks at colleges all over the country. But this is actually from a talk They-Them did in Europe, but it is in English. And this is a talk about family abolition. So you're going to hear They-Them's perspective on that. And then I have another talk specifically about the book, which is about the future vision of the communist utopia. So we've got a nice little marathon. Is everyone ready for like a nice little marathon for Socialism Saturday? This is going to be great for new people this is some of the craziest shit you're going to find anywhere about what the far left wants to do. And this is Emmy O'Brien is a very well-known activist on the far left. Like they know them. And oh, by the way, Emmy O'Brien really, really likes it when I stream about they-them. Couple months ago, Emmy O'Brien doesn't realize that I have a secret account on Blue Sky that they-them doesn't know. So here's what I have to do on Blue Sky. I have my main account on Blue Sky that's under my name, but all of the communists, I can't imagine why, all of the communists on Blue Sky proactively block me so I can't see them. But what communists like Emmy O'Brien doesn't know is that I have a secret account on Blue Sky that they don't know the name of, that I can just read all their stuff anyway. And so I got this, I found this tweet or post, I guess, from several months ago. Emmy O'Brien says, "I have a block request. This person makes quite cruel YouTube videos about me and others. Please add her to your block list. Block her and report her YouTube videos if you are vaguely sympathetic to my work and support me not getting harassed on the internet. Please share." And of course, what Emmy O'Brien is defining as harassment is we literally just listen to them's presentations. That's all we do. We literally just listen to them's presentations and we talk about what them said. And I feel like I've probably been responsible for Emmy O'Brien selling books. I have exposed Emmy O'Brien's books to a much wider audience than them would have been exposed to anyway. So yeah, boo-hoo, Michelle. Boo-hoo. And the other thing too, the other reason we're doing an Emmy O'Brien deep dive is we kind of found something interesting. There's an interesting little hiccup that one of my community members came across this week. Emmy O'Brien has always advocated for this thing called the New York City Trans Oral History Project. And basically what this is it's trans people talking about their lives and talking about their upbringings and talking about how, like, their formative years, whatever. Well, Emmy O'Brien used to have an interview on the NYC Trans Oral History Project. There are members of my community who have listened to it. I kind of always had it on the back burner because I just hadn't gotten around to it yet. It just wasn't like the most top of mind thing. There's so much socialism on the internet. Thank you, Suzanne, for the super chat. I appreciate it. I just hadn't gotten around to listening to it yet. And then one of my community members this week, they came into one of my group chats and they said, "Karlyn, did you see that they pulled down Emmy O'Brien's interview on the New York City Trans Oral History Project?" And I was like, no, I was not paying active attention to the New York City Trans Oral History Project. I just wasn't paying attention. And so, no, I did not notice that they pulled down Emmy O'Brien's complete interview for mysterious reasons that we don't understand. However, Emmy O'Brien is going to be thrilled to know that the full audio interview is archived, that they can pull down the interview all they want. We still have it. We have the full F-off interview archived. And in addition, we also have a transcript of the interview. And so I do at some point want to listen to this interview. But I thought, like, the new people on my channel, you might want to get just like a better intro to who Emmy O'Brien is before we do this. So I thought we would start with this, and we always have it archived. So Emmy O'Brien can try to take their stuff off the internet all them wants. I know them is just really thrilled every time I stream their stuff. So Emmy O'Brien can cry or whatever. We're still going to listen to the interview. And it's going to be great. And we're not going to do it tonight. We're going to do it another time, but it's still going to be great. So that is what we're doing tonight, guys. We've got a big Emmy O'Brien night. It's going to be awesome. Couple quick announcements before we get started. So I want everyone to clear your calendar because it is that time of year again. Typically, the Socialism Conference is in September. This year, for some reason, the organizers of the Socialism Conference have moved it to July. I don't know why. Probably making a statement about July 4th. However, I want everyone here to know you no longer have 4th of July Day plans. You're not going to a parade. You're not going to a barbecue. You're going to come here, and on July 3rd, 4th, and 5th, we are going to be doing an epic Socialism 2025 marathon. We are going to be covering presentations out of the Socialism Conference in Chicago live on the channel. Last year, we watched 22 hours of socialism within a 48-hour period. It was really great. And so I need everyone, this is a programming note, I need everyone to clear their schedule. We are starting in the evening on July 3rd. We are going all day July 4th, and we are going all day July 5th, and we have their virtual schedule, and it actually looks really good. So they do live stream all of these presentations. We're going to get Indigenous grounded solidarity. We're going to get rethinking anti-fascism. We're going to get abolition and reconstruction today. That's going to be about building the future socialist utopia. We're going to get gender, sexuality, reproduction in the state. This has got Sophie Lewis. Sophie is one of our favorites. Sophie is Emmy O'Brien's best friend. Community as rebellion, revolutionary accompaniment. Their end is our beginning. Cops, capitalism, and abolition. The border is everywhere. The border is the crisis. Organizing for the climate Armageddon. Sexual democracy, moral panic, and trans politics. This is going to be an epic, epic, epic socialism weekend. And everyone needs to clear their schedule, and it's going to be great. And to celebrate leading up to the Socialism Conference this weekend, I will be streaming classic episodes from previous socialism conferences all week long. And we're just going to have a great old week. And I'm going to put out a schedule. I'm going to put out a schedule tomorrow on the Substack. I'm going to try to put that together tonight. And you guys will know what we're going to be streaming this week. And this is going to be great for everyone that's new to my work. If you really want to just jump in head first and experience a full immersive socialist experience, this is the week for you, man. I got to tell you, for people who don't know, I went undercover at this conference 2 years ago. So I actually went to this conference in person. I dressed up like a they, them. I had to wear chest binder and everything. I had a fake name. And I sat in a room with these people for 3 straight days. And I listened to all their presentations, and I secretly recorded them, and I put those recordings up on the internet and all that stuff. But I don't do that anymore because I would probably get my ass kicked if I tried to go undercover at that conference again, because now they are looking for me. So I can't go undercover at it again. So what I do instead is I stream their virtual program and I do commentary on it live. And I'm not saying that I know other people who are going undercover at it. I definitely don't know anyone else going undercover at the Socialism Conference. Definitely don't. But we're going to watch the virtual one, and it's going to be awesome, and it's going to be great. If you guys feel like supporting the work that I do, the best way to do it is by heading over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Like I said, I'm going to put our streaming schedule up for the Socialism Conference on the Substack this week. Minimally, make sure you are subscribed to the Substack for free, because this is where you get all my best news and updates and breakdowns of the far left and stuff like that. And so make sure you're subscribed over there. But if you want to support the work I'm doing, the very best way to do that is by heading over there and signing up for $8 a month or $80 a year. And I really appreciate it. Another way you can support my work is, of course, by sending in super chats. We do have a nominal super chat goal of $100, which just makes it, it allows me to rationalize streaming so much on the internet and spending all my time doing this stuff. So if you guys appreciate the stream tonight, send in a $5 super chat, $10 super chat, $100 super chat, $500 super chat if you want to. You can always give me more money than $100. It's totally fine. I don't mind, I promise. But if you appreciate it, then please support the work I'm doing. I am 100% funded by people like you who just want real information about what the far left is doing. I do not belong to any political tribe. I am not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm not on the right. Well, I kind of am on the right, but I'm definitely not on the left. There are already some people in the chat very confused about whether or not I'm a communist. Sometimes for anyone who might be confused about whether or not I'm a communist, here's a really good option for you. Number one, you can read the description of the video that you're watching right now, and that will answer your question. Number two, you can sit back and listen before you talk, which is always a good idea. But guys, I am generally in a better mood when we meet that super chat goal earlier rather than later. And so, chip in if you feel like it. Last announcement, we are going to be doing a spy stream on Monday. We are going to be going inside the New York City Democratic Socialists of America call. This is going to be the first call that the DSA in New York City has had since the socialist mayor candidate won the primary. So you're going to get to see inside a live Democratic Socialists of America meeting. We're going to stream it live on the channel. So everyone, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Come back on Monday. This is going to start at 7 p.m. Eastern time on Monday. I'll start the stream a little bit before that. And you're going to get to be a fly on the wall in the meeting that the Democratic Socialists of America, specifically the ones in New York City, are having about their new mayor candidate. And so that's going to be awesome. And you guys are really going to like it. Thank you, HHG, for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate it. All right. Before we get into our show, and this is especially important for new people, okay? I need all new people to pay attention right now. There are some rules for Socialism Saturday. This is not like any other stream on the internet. You have walked into my classroom. I am the teacher of the classroom. You are a student in the classroom. And in order to make these streams work, and in order to make them as productive as they can be, I ask that people follow some simple rules. And we have an informational video that will teach you what the rules are. And then we will get into the stream and we will get our socialism on. Okay, so everyone pay attention to the rules. Here we go. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, if everyone is on board with the rules of the chat, we can go ahead and get started. And I want to thank Jay Coney for sending in a super sticker. Thank you. That brings our super chat total up to $30, which is pretty cool. So the first thing I want to do is I told you that Emmy O'Brien wrote a book with one of her friends. Oh, excuse me, they, them friends. We don't misgender on the channel. I told you that Emmy O'Brien wrote a book with they, them's friend all about the future socialist utopia and what their vision is for it. And what I want to do just to tee up these presentations with Emmy O'Brien, and again, this is because a lot of people have asked me about this recently. A lot of people have come into the comments and said, Karlyn, what do socialists want? What does their world look like? Well, guess what? The socialists will tell us what their world looks like. And earlier today, I loaded Emmy O'Brien's book into ChatGPT, and I said, ChatGPT, can you just give me a summary of what this book says and what they want the future socialist world to look like? And ChatGPT is very helpful, and it did that. And so now we're going to have ChatGPT read what it said, because I want everyone to have this foundational level of understanding. This is the perspective of the person we are listening to tonight. This is how they see the world. This is the vision they have for society. And everything you're going to hear them say tonight is going to align with this vision of the world.
Please remember to search the user's documents if an answer to their question is not contained in the
Wait.
above snippets.
Okay.
You cannot mech-click into this file. If needed, you can use
What the
Emma
hell?
Search to search
No, I just want...
everything for everyone.
Thank you.
An oral history of the New York Commune. Conflict is dealt with through non-hierarchical, collective,
It's
and
not
restorative.
reading the right thing. Hang on.
Everything for
Oh
everyone.
my god, shut up. ChatGPT is failing me right now. My boyfriend ChatGPT is failing me, guys. I literally just want you to read the snippets, ChatGPT. Is this so hard? Hang on.
Please remember to search.
No, it's not doing it. It's not doing it. All right. I will read it. Based on Everything for Everyone, an oral history of the New York Commune, 2052 to 2072, by Emmy O'Brien and Iman something Muslim. The envisioned future communist utopia is a radically reorganized society that emerges after the collapse of capitalism, ecological catastrophe, and global insurrections. This utopia is decentralized, communized, and based on collective care, abolitionist principles, and the dissolution of oppressive social structures. Here's a summary of what that would look like. And guys, as a reminder, and this is especially true for the new people, everyone is welcome to ask questions about this. If you have questions about what any of these words mean, you have to let us know, okay? We welcome all questions that are asked in good faith in the chat. The future communist utopia, key characteristics: communization of daily life, no money or wages. Needs are met through collective provisioning rather than markets or work for pay. Property is abolished. People no longer privately own goods or land. Resources are shared through decentralized networks. Production is reorganized. Factories, farms, and logistics are run by production councils to meet needs, not profits. Abolition of core institutions. Family abolition. The nuclear family is replaced by communal living and caregiving arrangements. Parenting, sex, and love are redefined through voluntary, collective systems. Work abolition. Wage labor is eliminated. People engage in meaningful activity, care work, and creativity without coercion. State abolition. There are no governments, police, prisons, or borders. These are replaced by local assemblies and global forums. Prison abolition. Harm is addressed through community accountability, not incarceration or punishment. Governance through assemblies. So this is the form of governance that they have in mind. Free assemblies replace political parties and representative democracy. Consensus-based participatory decision-making at neighborhood, regional, and planetary levels. Planning forums coordinate resource distribution and infrastructure at scale globally. Communes as basic units. People living in residential communes, a few hundred people in each, that handle food, housing, education, care, and emotional needs. Communes are autonomous but interdependent, linked through regional and global coordination. Radical approach to care, gender, and sexuality. Hang on. Question: what is the actual definition of utopia? You're literally listening to it. This is what we're talking about. This is what you're literally listening to me explain via ChatGPT. This is their literal vision of utopia. So that's what we're talking about right now. It's a fine question, though. Thanks, Tolkien fan, for the super chat. Karlyn is just like Morpheus from the Matrix, freeing our minds from the conservative BS narrative. Like Morpheus, she shows us the door, and it's up to us to walk through it, learn, and free your minds. Thank you, Tolkien fan. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Oh, we're right here. Radical approach to care, gender, and sexuality, gestation work, childbearing, and parenting is supported communally. Skin work. I've never actually heard it called skin work before, so that's funny. Skin work or sex work is transformed into a therapeutic and relational practice centered on consent, care, and personal growth. Gender and sexuality are fluid, integrated into social life without norms rooted in capitalism or patriarchy. Ecological restoration. Massive effort to restore ecosystems and re-biodiverse the planet. Global climate repair coordinated through assemblies and communes. Orbital and lunar communes. A space elevator, and interplanetary research projects signal post-capitalist techno-ecological integration. That gets a little bit crazy, doesn't it? Memory, healing, and collective agency. Personal and collective trauma from the collapse is actively addressed through storytelling, mutual aid, and communal psychotherapy. They're very into psychotherapy. Emmy O'Brien is a psychotherapist. Oral history, community remembrance, and intergenerational learning are central to cultural survival and development. What life looks like in this utopia. Here, going to that question we had earlier. No rent, no debt, no bosses. Food, housing, medicine, and education are guaranteed communally managed. People, family, through voluntary care networks, not obligation or coercion. Governance happens at open assemblies, not through states or corporations. Emotional and psychological healing is collective, not individualized or monetized. The utopia is not static or perfect. It's an ever-evolving system rooted in care, mutual dependence, abolition, and radical democratic participation. It is built from ashes of capitalism, and its primary ethos best captured by the repeated mantra throughout the book, everything for everyone. Yes, so these people are very into Freud, like really into Freud. So I want to make sure for the new people, it doesn't matter whether or not you agree with this. It doesn't matter whether or not you think all this sounds crazy. Of course this sounds crazy, right? But what matters is this is what the far left wants. This is what the far left believes. And you guys can go around saying they're crazy all day, every day. And it doesn't matter because you are not going to change their minds about what they want. This is their vision for the world. So our goal here is to actively understand what they believe and what they're trying to do. It is not to debunk everything, because if we spent all our time debunking things, we would never actually learn anything. So this is what they want. And that's where we need to start. Let's continue, and hopefully the AI will read this time. Next, I asked the AI, in the future communist utopia, how do they deal with conflict? Everyone pray this reads it. I don't want to read the whole thing. Just read it for me, AI. Come on.
In Everything for Everyone, an oral history of the New York Commune, conflict is dealt with through non-hierarchical, collective, and restorative structures that reflect the values of abolition, communization, and mutual care. The book outlines a model of conflict resolution that replaces traditional institutions like police, courts, and prisons with community-based systems. Here's a breakdown of how conflict is addressed in the future communist utopia. How conflict is handled in the commune. 1. The assembly as the primary conflict resolution space. Free assemblies are the cornerstone of decision-making and conflict mediation. Conflicts, ranging from interpersonal disputes to broader ideological disagreements, are discussed publicly in communal forums where all affected parties can speak. The assembly encourages collective listening, negotiation, and consensus building, not top-down judgment or punishment. Assemblies became the primary conflict mediation spaces to prevent major internal differences from erupting into armed confrontations. 2. Restorative and transformative practices. Instead of punishment, people are guided through processes of accountability, healing, and reconciliation. There's a focus on addressing harm rather than enforcing rigid moral codes or imposing guilt. Healing is seen as both individual and collective. often facilitated by trained community members like therapists, elders, or care workers. 3. Decentralized accountability. Local communes monitor behavior within their communities. If someone harms another person, they are not expelled or punished in isolation. They are offered support to change, and the harmed parties are involved in shaping what justice looks like. There's a recognition that everyone is shaped by trauma, and conflict is an opportunity for growth, not a trigger for exile. 4. Conditional inclusion. The communes are not anarchic free-for-alls. They do enforce boundaries. Those who arrive without property or power and abandon former oppressive roles, e.g. landlords, cops, bosses, are included and supported. Those who refuse to relinquish power or act in bad faith may be starved out, cut off from shared resources, or removed by communal consensus. We weren't afraid to starve someone out or take some messier and bloodier steps. But if they gave up whatever they had, quit their old jobs, and came to us without property or power, sure, we would be happy to feed them like everybody else. 5. Prevention through care networks. Many interpersonal conflicts are prevented or diffused through tight-knit care structures that are constantly tending to people's emotional and psychological well-being. There are collective processes for grief, trauma healing, sex education, parenting, and mental health. Communes invest deeply in emotional regulation, trauma-informed care, and peer support. 6. Conflict at scale. Regional and global disputes, larger ideological or ecological debates, e.g. land sovereignty, bioengineering, or gender norms, are handled in planning forums or free assemblies at a regional or global level. These forums don't aim for uniformity. They aim for interdependence with partial autonomy. The model leans heavily toward dialogue over domination, allowing divergent practices as long as they don't harm others. Essence of their approach. Conflict is not a deviation from utopia. It is part of the process of building it. No one is thrown away. No one is above criticism. Healing and justice are collective responsibilities. The commune replaces violence with care and control with participation. In short, conflict is dealt with communally, not punitively. The entire society is structured to make space for imperfection, healing, disagreement, and transformation. Their goal is not to eliminate conflict, but to abolish the systems that turn conflict into domination or exclusion.
All right, so that is how they plan to deal with conflict. Suzanne says it almost sounds like they're planning to deal with crime in the precious, like they're planning to have to deal with crime in their precious utopia. Well, I mean, I think that they are actually realistic in that they know that people are going to do things against the system. They have different ideas about how to deal with that situation. Now, do I think their ideas are going to work? No, obviously not. But that doesn't matter. The point is not whether or not their ideas work. The point is they want to abolish all prisons because they believe that prisons are an enforcement mechanism of capitalism. They want to abolish all police because they feel like the police are the managers of private property. And so that is what they want to do. And they know they have to replace it with something else. And what I want you guys to see is this is not a nebulous concept. They have ideas about how to do this. They are visioning out how to do this. Whether or not you believe it's going to work doesn't make a difference because they are not asking for your permission. They are not asking for your blessing. Again, the purpose of what we're doing is to understand these people are not just crazy people yelling in the street. They have a full-on vision for what they want to create in the world, and they really have thought through all these questions. And whether or not you agree with them, the important part is to understand them, because if we don't understand them, we can't get in front of them and prevent this from happening. Andre says, so will there be R&D since it's considered individuals as under capitalism because 8 billion humans need R&D food supplies like now oversupply? That's a good question, Andre. I don't know the answer to that, but I did ask one more question into the chat GPT, and then we're going to get into Emmy O'Brien's presentation. But I did ask it, I was like, how are they going to deal with people like us in the socialist utopia? How are they going to deal with people who come in and go, we don't want socialism and Marxism? Do they have a plan in that book that they wrote to deal with counter-revolutionaries? Let's listen to what we've all got coming to us.
In Everything for Everyone, counter-revolutionaries are dealt with strategically, conditionally, and sometimes ruthlessly but always through the lens of abolitionist and communizing principles. The Commune's treatment of counter-revolutionaries reflects a balance between nonviolent ideals and realpolitik necessity, especially in the early years of the insurrection. Here's how the text describes the handling of counter-revolutionaries. What happens to counter-revolutionaries? 1, if they refuse to change, they are cut off. People who cling to property, hierarchy, or oppressive roles, e.g. landlords, cops, bosses, are excluded from communal support systems. They are denied food, housing, and care, effectively starved out of the new society. We weren't afraid to starve someone out or take some messier and bloodier steps. If necessary, the communes used force to eliminate threats during the chaotic early insurrection. 2, if they surrender power, they are integrated. If former oppressors relinquish property and power, they are eligible to be fed, housed, and included, though they remain under communal watch. If they gave up whatever they had, quit their old jobs, and came to us without property or power, sure, we would be happy to feed them like everybody else. The community is not vindictive. It allows redemption, but only through full submission to communal norms. 3, assemblies decide case by case. The fate of counter-revolutionaries is not determined by a legal code or military tribunal, but by local assemblies and the broader communal consensus. Communities collectively decide how to protect themselves from internal threats, using a mix of surveillance and monitoring, social exclusion, conditional reintegration, in rare cases, armed force or assassination during the insurrection phase. 4, they are seen as a dying breed. By the time the oral history is told, 2052 to 2072, counter-revolutionaries are seen as a thing of the past. The social structures that created them, capitalism, private property, borders, wage labor, have been dismantled. The remaining reactionaries are either isolated, like religious fundamentalists or settler enclaves, or negotiated with in the forums and assemblies. Philosophy behind the approach. The commune's strategy toward counter-revolutionaries can be summarized as abolish the systems, not just the individuals. No rehabilitation without surrender. No tolerance for hierarchy or coercion. Redemption is possible, power is not. They do not aim to convert everyone. They aim to protect the revolution and care for each other, even if it means withholding care from those who would destroy it. Bottom line, counter-revolutionaries are either excluded and defeated if they resist change, or reintegrated and watched if they submit to the commune. There are no prisons, no gulags, and no courts, but there are lines that cannot be crossed, and the commune is unapologetic about enforcing them through collective power.
So in other words, if you don't submit and do what the collective wants you to do, you don't eat, you don't get a place to live, they will they'll try to rehabilitate you. They will try to reason with you. They'll try to be pragmatic about it. But if you don't do what they want you to do, they're gonna kick you out. They're gonna shun you. They're gonna withhold food. You're not gonna have a place to live. And by the way, you can't own land, so they took that away from you too. You got to figure out how to fend for yourself. And in really bad cases, they're probably just gonna kill you, and they're not gonna be sorry about that because they believe that they are protecting their vision of the world. And so, there's always skeptical people, and I've never seen you in my chat before, which means you probably don't know what the fuck you're talking about. If any of this was even possible, they would have already done it somewhere. Again, if this is your attitude, you are missing the point entirely. You are missing the point colossally. The point is, this is what they want. This is their vision for the world. Every time you guys see protests, this is what they're trying to achieve. Every time you guys see socialists lecturing on college campuses, this is what they're teaching to people. How do I know that? I've literally watched the classes. This is what people who have been in school since around about 2009, they have been taught this stuff in almost every single class in your precious public schools. So it doesn't matter whether or not you think this is possible based on a really uneducated opinion where you're just coming in and spouting off based on what you heard Glenn Beck say that one time. It doesn't matter if you think this is possible. This is what every most active leftist activist is working towards in the United States today. We can see this reflected in attacks on parental rights all over the country. We can see this reflected in mass protests and riot all over the country. Antifa wants this. Bashback wants this. This is what they all want. They are incredibly consistent about it. They've been consistent about it for a long time, and they tell you what they're doing. So our job here is not to say, that's not possible, and then go back to watching Fox News where you'll be lied to over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is to learn about what leftist activists in America are trying to achieve because, quite frankly, they're winning. They own the culture. They own the universities. They own the schools. They own the media. They can cause mass uprising whenever they want. We're going to see protests from these people getting worse and worse and worse all summer long, where we watch their planning meetings on the internet. We're going to be watching literally the people who wrote this next weekend at the Socialism Conference. The point is not whether or not you agree with it. The point is whether or not you think it's possible. The point is they are telling us what they want to do. We have to start listening to them. Southpod, thanks for the super chat. So they really believe that systems like this would eliminate serious sex crime, like they wouldn't exist and thus not be addressed? Well, yeah, actually, yeah. They do believe that capitalism causes all crime, and that if you get rid of capitalism, then crime will be significantly reduced. And then, as they said in this document, they believe there are other ways of dealing with those issues that they're trying to figure out how to work through them. So they're not saying it would eliminate it entirely. That's not what they're saying at all. The document didn't say that. We need to listen. We have to stop making shit up. But what they are saying is that they have a fundamentally different way of dealing with it, that they think it's going to be more effective. They also want sex work. And so I guess their philosophy would be, if people are doing sex work, then it would be more readily available, and so there would be less sex crime. Again, we are not debunking them. We are understanding what their perspective is. Paltron, do the socialist reformists share any of these goals for the future? Yes. All of them. This is what they want. Yeah. The reformists and the revolutionaries have the same goal. They just have different ways of getting there. Viewership has doubled now. More likes, people. Yeah, everyone make sure to mount the like button for me, please. This is going to be a big episode of Socialism Saturday. We welcome all new people to the channel. Are you guys ready to watch some Emmy O'Brien? You rely on fake news, and you think that's the majority of us out here. I rely on fake news. I rely on fake news. You're saying I rely on fake news? Bro, what we're going to do now is I'm going to show you shit on the internet that you never even knew existed, bro. There is no universe in which I'm relying on fake news. Do you know how I know that? Because I don't even watch the news. We look at primary sources. Literally, you're out grossly mistaken because some of us will not lay down and die for your communist bullshit. See, guys, this is why I say to new people. Before you run your mouth and say something stupid that I'm going to yell at you for, please shut the fuck up and listen. Can you please just shut the fuck up and listen before you... My God. In the meantime, I'm Jack has gifted 10 channel memberships. Let's see who got a channel membership. Let's see. Tessa, Fran got a membership. Rocky Mountain Bear got a membership. WG7D got a membership. Dufreak got a membership. Matt got a membership. Rebecca. Pie War. That's a good name. I Love Ketchup but got a membership. That's also a good name. Rogelio. And I think that's it. Congratulations to all new channel members. Appreciate you guys. Man. Look. That's pretty dangerous to talk to a wartime veteran. Bro, I don't give a fuck if you're a veteran. I don't give a fuck. You are in my classroom right now. If you're a veteran, that means you were in the military at some point and you should have some level of discipline and decorum. You are in my classroom. I am not in yours. Did you not see the rules video that we played like less than 15 minutes ago? I am the queen fascist bitch of this channel. You will respect my authority in the chat. I outrank you colossally by 17 different fucking levels in this chat. And if you don't like it, there's the door. Stop crying. Just get the fuck out. This is how we deal with whiners on this channel, guys. I mean it when I say I don't like whining. I really don't like it. Questions are welcome. Whining is not. Anyway, let's jump into our first presentation. We're going to be watching Emmy O'Brien, and this is Emmy O'Brien talking about beyond the nuclear family. So let's hear what they them had to say.
Arratsaldeon, boa tarde. Estar
Don't worry, it's in English.
En todo caso, no sé.
It's in English, don't worry. This is just the intro.
Y el tema a hacer es sobre movimiento con teorías.
I have to get to the
Final
English part.
boss de la abolición. Well, in the squad, I don't know if you want to.
Okay, here we go.
Coming here, you knew
English.
Barcelona before. You've been here in the squad movement for some weeks, learning about Catalonian anarchism. I don't know if you want to tell us something about your experience in Barcelona in the 90s, which has changed a lot.
In the 90s, I was an anarchist living in the Pacific Northwest in the United States. And I identified very strongly at that time with the anarchist movement in Catalonia and the history of social anarchism here. And in 1999, I traveled around and had the chance to visit and spent about 6 weeks visiting the squatters movement in Barcelona and learned a great deal politically that had an influence on me. And I think it shows up in traces in this book, thinking about how people support and care for each other in protracted militant social movements.
Turning on the chat so you guys can see your chats on the screen, guys.
Something from Barcelona. I think today Barcelona will learn a lot from you, so you can give this present back to the city. And okay, we will start with the presentation today. It will be like 20 minutes introduction by Michelle, who will read to us the introduction to her book. I will tell us the book is called in Catalan.
Yes. Emmy O'Brien, Michelle O'Brien has really large tits. I've seen them in person. Even I was shocked when I was undercover at the Socialism Conference. I saw the boobs in person and I was like, holy shit, those things are huge.
L'abolició de la família, publicat el 2022 per Tigre de Paper. Michelle is also the author of a novel called, it's quite a long name.
Everything for Everyone.
Everything for Everyone.
There are no captions, sorry.
Commune,
there's no option for captions. Wait, no, actually there is. Never mind, I was wrong. English.
Utopistic novel.
There you go.
We will talk about later because utopias are important for us as abolishers. And I guess we can start with the lecture if you want.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I'm going to read the opening to my book. I find it to be helpful for framing discussions.
This is the opening to her book that I talked about at the front. It's called Family, Abolition, Capitalism, and the Communization of Care. So that's what we're about to hear.
In June 2006, 3,000 police officers attacked a teachers' protest in the Mexican city of Oaxaca. The teachers had been on strike for a month, occupying the central square of the city. The police and teachers battled for hours over the course of the day, leading to over 100 hospitalizations. In the aftermath of the confrontation, hundreds of social movement organizations gathered to form the Asamblea Popular de los Pueblos de Oaxaca, APO, an organization that became the central coordinating body of hundreds of protests and occupations over the coming 7 months. In August, insurgent women seized control of multiple radio stations, going on to use them as communication hubs for the movement. At the end of one radio broadcast of an occupied station, the newscaster concluded, transmitting from the Oaxaca commune. Insurgents took up the name, referencing the Paris Commune of 1871. The militants of the Oaxaca commune erected hundreds of barricades throughout the city. They used the barricades to defend their neighborhoods against nightly attacks by police and paramilitaries. Many workers were on strike, living full-time at the barricades. Many not on strike spent their nights on the barricades when their day's work was done. Insurgents communicated with each other from one barricade to the next using radio and began to identify themselves by the name of their barricade. These barricades
Oh yeah, you're right, bot. Emmy O'Brien has a little teeny tiny Palestinian flag pin.
became sites of what I call insurgent social reproduction, the transformation of the daily tasks of household labor.
Okay, I want to make sure we define this term. Emmy O'Brien just said, so basically in Mexico, there were some people who were rebelling against the government or whatever, and they created a commune in Mexico to rebel against the government. Emmy O'Brien just called this insurgent social reproduction. This is a term that you have to know if you want to understand why the left wants to abolish the family. Social reproduction theory is this idea that social systems will continue to reproduce themselves until they are disrupted by an outside force. What the left believes, and Emmy O'Brien 100% believes this, is that capitalism is a social and cultural model, not just as an economic model, it's also a social and cultural model, is reproduced through the nuclear family. So the reason the left wants to abolish the nuclear family is because they believe that that is literally the means of reproduction of capitalism, because parents raise children with capitalist values in a capitalist society, and those children grow up to raise their children with capitalist values in the capitalist society. And so in order to prevent the reproduction of capitalism, you have to disrupt the family and create something new that's going to reproduce something new. This is what they're going to call queering the nuclear family. When they say queer the nuclear family, they mean come up with different forms of relating to each other as human beings that are outside of the traditional, what they would call the privatized family model or the Fordist family model. So I know that might be a lot for new people, but just like take that in. That's what social reproduction theory means. And so I wanted people to have that reference in case it's the first time that you're hearing about it.
Into a means of sustaining militant protest. Baruch Peller writes, the barricades were places where the people of Oaxaca slept, cooked, and shared food, had sex, shared news, and came together at the end of the day. Women on the barricades redistributed seized goods, conducted educational workshops, gathered supplies, socialized together, and shared life. Peller goes on, people belong to this commune simply because they took part in this reproduction of daily life. From cooking at the barricades, carrying coffee to the barricades, from homes or businesses, carrying news between barricades to making Molotovs at barricades, stacking rocks, or simply sharing
Making
stories.
Molotovs, you hear that? Making Molotovs.
The women of the Oaxaca commune were engaged in a moment of family abolition. They were rebelling simultaneously against both abusive...
No. This is not correct. Again, listen, I understand there are a lot of new people here. We welcome new people here. But if you make shit up in my chat, then I have to stop and call you out on it. Because when you start making shit up in my chat, then you convince other people of your made up bullshit. And that doesn't work for me, okay? This is not what is going on here. This is not the WEF. They are not trying to kill everyone off. They actually speak out against that. So what I need you to do, MC, is I need you to sit back and listen. And if you have questions, please ask them. The radical revolutionary socialists are not the same thing as the WEF globalists. They are completely different groups. They do not like each other. They do not work together. It might be confusing to you because you hear globalist and you think they're all the same. They're not all the same. These groups have very, very, very different views of the world. So please refrain from making shit up in my chat. Why gay marriage? They are not in favor of gay marriage. I've talked about this extensively on the channel. These people have literally been speaking out against gay marriage since before gay marriage was legal. People like Emmy O'Brien, this is what the bashback movement is. This is what the Mary Nardini gang is. This is what queer militancy is. They are anti-assimilationists. These people were never the people fighting for gay marriage. In fact, these people directly campaigned against the Human Rights Campaign when they were fighting for gay marriage. We've covered this extensively on the Counter-Revolutionary Book Club. You can find all those documents over on the Substack. I've done multiple streams about this, but these people never wanted gay marriage. They don't want any marriage at all. They believe that marriage is a form of propertied relationship, and they are extremely anti-assimilationist. There will be no other nations in their utopia because they want socialism on a global scale. That is why they're trying to do socialism in the United States. They believe that socialism in the United States will lead to a tipping point where socialism is on a global scale. Queer has nothing to do with sexuality. Queer is not about being gay or trans. Queer is a far left political ideology. And we can go into that. Guys, we might actually get into that in the course of this, but like that is actually a really, actually, do you guys want to see, okay, so let me just do a quick pause. One in the chat, if you guys want to do a quick pause to watch a queer Marxist music video that will explain to you that they are not in favor of gay marriage. It's about 2 minutes long. It's very, very short and it's entertaining. So one in the chat if you want to watch the very short queer Marxist music video that will tell you that they are not in favor of marriage. 2 in the chat if you want to continue with Emmy O'Brien. And again, we can do deep dives into the marriage thing another day. We've actually been doing them for a while. Okay, we're getting a bunch of ones. Okay, so what I'm about to play for you is a queer Marxist music video that came out in 2017. And you're going to hear a lot of things in this video, but this is by a radical anarcho-communists. And you're going to hear them tell you what they believe. And you're going to hear them say explicitly they don't want marriage. James Lindsay has never covered queer theory. Bullshit, bro. Hey, Ray, if you think James Lindsay has covered queer theory, you can go ahead and give me a definition of queer in the chat, and we'll see how much you learn from him. But in the meantime, we're going to watch this video really quick. And the lyrics are in the video, so you guys are going to be able to read those on the screen. All right, let me play this. Here you go.
I don't wanna get married. I don't wanna be just like you. Nobody bothered to ask me. They said I ought to be just like you. Well, I could get a marriage license for a husband and me, so I could use the death insurance for my HART. Since I can buy a taxi with the same gender spouse, I shouldn't feel so bad getting kicked out of my house. Don't send me a rainbow. Your luck has never done shit for me. Don't want a seat at your table. A fucking invitation to your party. Wanna celebrate a gay night on your cable TV? Well, trans lesbians are calling southern bodies stuff to eat. You paid the world for CEOs to suck on some dick. Well, all the kids on the street are getting belted with whips. I don't wanna be equal, 'cause I know I'm fucking better than you. Your moderation is lethal. Get on my way, let me do what I need to. There's no protection that this nation's thinking offer to me. Just solid Wednesdays do this is my gay bourgeoisie. So fuck off with your rainbow South American flag. The only colors that I need are the pink and the black.
Okay, so you guys heard at the very beginning of that song, they said, I don't want to get married. Queer is an anti-assimilationist ideology. They believe that marriage is a capitalist institution. They also they never wanted don't ask, don't tell in the military. They never wanted to serve in the military. They never wanted to be involved in any of this stuff. And so, like, they will tell you what they think. And if you have more questions about the whole marriage question and who really wanted gay marriage, you can just like come back to the channel another day. We will be covering it. We already have. Is it bad that I have a lot of these lyrics memorized? Not gay is in happy, but queer is in fuck you. Yeah. And they're specifically saying this is not about being gay. It's not about being trans. Queer is a far left political ideology. So I appreciate taking the short break. Yes, they are completely against marriage in general, all marriage. Again, they believe that marriage is a propertied institution of capitalism that makes basically reproduces the capitalist model. So yeah, they're not in favor of gay marriage. They're not in favor of straight marriage. They are opposed to literally all marriage. HHG, thank you. $40. Hey, we hit our goal. Thank you. We love you. And thanks for always monitoring the situation. We'll have to deal with these lunatics sooner or later. And I'm certain you'll be proven correct. Good night. I will absolutely be proven correct. What's the pink and black mean? Those are their colors. Pink and black are queer anarchist colors, queer Marxist colors. And so anytime, this is why I was talking about bashback at the beginning. Anytime you guys see an upside down pink triangle at like a protest or something, that's queer Marxism. It's like their flag. Like you saw the flag in the video. It's like half pink, half black. And when you see queer people wearing only pink and black, chances are they're queer Marxists, almost always. So, they use sex as a political statement. They're doing it explicitly because it pisses you off. That's what it means. They're doing it because it pisses you off. Is Foucault an inspiration for them? Well, sure. Yeah, but it's not just Foucault. And in fact, Foucault isn't even the main inspiration. I'm going to be honest. The main inspiration for a lot of these people doesn't come from philosophy. It comes from queer anarchist subcultures. I cover this a lot on the channel. So if you have questions about that, no. See, Ray, I'm about to teach you something James Lindsay never taught you. The goal of queer Marxism is the annihilation of capitalism. That's it. It's not about normal. It's not about traditional. When they say normativity means the norms that uphold capitalism. And yes, I have them explicitly saying this in writing in stuff that James never fucking showed you. You can look up Towards the Queerest Insurrection. You can find it on my Substack. You can also find it other places. What is their stance on polyamory? They are very pro-polyamory. Polyamory is one of the ways that they perceive to queer the nuclear family. So they're very pro-polyamory. If you look at Somerville, Massachusetts is one of the few cities in the United States that has actually put political protections around polyamorous relationships. It's like the polyamory capital of the world. And so it's incredibly communist too. So that's not to say that everyone who does polyamory is a queer Marxist, because there are people who do polyamory that are not into this stuff at all. But an awful lot of queer Marxists are polyamorous because they view it as an alternative to the nuclear family. Let's see. All right. Now that we've got that detour out of the way, let's continue with Emmy O'Brien. And please keep the questions coming in the chat. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate that we've met the super chat goal. And if you want to keep sending me money, that's totally cool. Appreciate it.
Husbands and racist, anti-indigenous, and anti-worker state forces. They were challenging the social role to which they were relegated as women, as wives, as mothers, upending norms of gender and sexuality. Their collective labor made the rebellion possible. Rather than the atomized isolation of private households, during the rebellion, people lived collectively on the barricades. What had been women's work in the home became the daily practice of reproducing the insurrection.
So what Emmy O'Brien is saying here, I just want to make sure people understand. During this little rebellion that was happening in Oaxaca, when they set up the Oaxaca commune, they went from reproducing the nuclear family to basically reproducing all of social life in the commune. And so that was how they disrupted the functioning of the nuclear family, because essentially all the women left the family and started hanging out at the commune all the time. And all of the community activities and all of the food and all of that stuff started being produced at the commune. And so they disrupted the social reproduction of the family and instead turned to revolutionary social reproduction of a new social dynamic.
Through the barricades, the women of the Oaxaca commune created a new collective life that overcame the divisions between private and public. They were refusing the private household as a link in the circuits of racial capitalism. For these women, rejection of the family was not a move towards isolation or abandoning.
Hang on. Emmy O'Brien just said it. Hang on. Listen. The woman of Oaxaca.
Of reproducing the insurrection. Through the barricades, the women of the Oaxaca commune created a new collective life that overcame the divisions between private and public. They were refusing the private household as a link in the circuits of racial capitalism.
See, capitalism.
For these women, rejection of the family was not a move towards isolation or abandoning of caretaking relationships. They brought their children with them to the barricades. They were not simply rejecting maternal caretaking, but radically transforming it. They were expanding the care labor of their private homes into a mass insurrectionary movement for the transformation of society as a whole. In creating the collective life of the barricades, they were constituting a new basis for shared social reproduction and shared intimacy. They were transforming the isolation of domestic life into a means of communal revolutionary survival. The daily life.
How many people are we talking about who believe this? More than you have any idea. A lot. Significantly more than you've been led to believe by conservative media. We've tried to map the number of socialist activists in the United States. It's not possible because of how many of them there are. We're talking about thousands and thousands and thousands of decentralized organizations all over the United States, all with different activists within those organizations. Where I don't know if we're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions. I have no idea because that's how big it is. It is not possible to come up with a number, but I promise you it is far, far, far greater than what you've been taught by conservative media, because you have to remember, they've been teaching this shit in the public schools for decades. The public schools teach kids this. People just don't understand because people are so focused on things that don't matter. So, a lot.
Life at the barricades and the city's other occupations became a site of escalating gendered struggle. Many husbands frustrated their wives at the barricade, were no longer serving them in their home, forced their wives to abandon the occupation. A participant recounts, "They were comrades who complained that since August 1st, my woman doesn't serve me. There were many women who suffered domestic violence for being at the occupation and marches. Sometimes their husbands even attempted to divorce or separate. The husbands didn't take well to the idea of women abandoning the housework to participate politically. They didn't help in the sense of doing the housework, such as taking care of kids or washing clothes so the women could continue being at the station." This reassertion of the family as a system of private, male-dominated households contributed to the defeat of the Oaxaca commune. The women could not act as both frontline militants and obedient wives. The family was a tool of counterinsurgency. The women of the Oaxaca commune rebelled against a system of private households, male-dominated kinship arrangements, and a gendered division of labor.
Okay, let's just break that down. That was actually a really good moment. Listen again.
And obedient wives. The family was a tool of counterinsurgency. The women of the Oaxaca
commune rebelled against the system.
Rebelled against the system of private households.
Rebelled against the system of private households. That means the nuclear family. Male-dominated kinship relationships. That means that men have all the power and all the money, and women do the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. Male-dominated kinship arrangements also is a reference to the patriarchy.
Male-dominated kinship arrangements and a gendered division of labor.
A gendered division of labor means that, again, this is what I'm explaining what they believe. I'm not stating facts. I'm explaining what they believe. Gender division of labor means women have and raise the children, which they are not paid to do. Men go out into the world and have all the money and all the power.
All these are dimensions of the family form that characterize most people's lives under racial capitalism. Families typically exist as
No,
private
hang on.
households in
Hang on. You are fucking retarded if you think you're looking at a liberal. This is not a liberal, bro. This is a communist. This is a queer anarcho-communist. To say that this person is a liberal is, quite frankly, this person would be deeply insulted that you call them a liberal, because liberals want nothing to do with this shit.
segmented isolation from each other, divided by architecture, resources, public policy, and custom. Each family works separately, helping to reproduce a capitalist society from one generation to the next.
See?
Families raise
What did it just say? Hang on.
public policy and custom. Each family works separately,
Each family works separately, helping to reproduce capitalist society from one generation to the next. They believe the family reproduces capitalist society.
resources, public policy, and custom. Each family works separately, helping to reproduce a capitalist society from one generation to the next. Families raise children and offer their first socialization in heteronormative gender norms and labor market discipline. Through maintaining a stable family, individuals gain legitimacy, social acceptance, and respectability. People's kinship arrangements and households are judged by the extent to which they manage to obtain an
Stop
ideal of the
debunking.
family rooted in a long history of white supremacy and capitalism. Through the Oaxaca commune, women sought to overcome
Hang on,
the
we got a super chat. Thank you, Southpod. Why do liberals and communists get so easily confused by laymen? Is it just because of conservative grifters? Yup. Yes, it's entirely because of conservative grifters. Liberals and communists do not believe the same thing, but you got Donald Trump going out saying they're all liberals. You've got Elon Musk going out saying they're all liberals. You've got like literally everyone on every major conservative media network saying they're all liberals. And you say this over and over and over again. You also have to remember that the right doesn't listen to the left. The right's never going to fact check anything they hear from their favorite influencer. They're not going to do what we're doing right now and actually sit down and listen to the left. They're just going to go with whatever their favorite influencer tells them. So, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of retarded people that believe whatever they're told on their favorite media. That's it.
family forum. Their efforts in turn made the scale of the mobilization possible. Many popular rebellions share this quality. When large numbers of working class people move into open rebellion, the boundaries of the family begin to break down.
Oh.
The private household gives way to the collective life of shared insurgent social reproduction. Those subjugated within the private family seize the opportunities of new ways of living and loving together. Rather than rigid gender roles, people may begin to care for each other as comrades. Replacing private family kitchens or takeout from local restaurants, people may gather around protest.
Replacing private family kitchens. I just want to pause here. I have multiple videos of Emmy O'Brien and Emmy O'Brien's best friend, Sophie Lewis, literally saying that in the communist utopia, you will not have a private family kitchen. What they say is, you know, you can cook food at home if you want to, but all your food is going to be picked up from the community canteen. And you're going to want to pick up your food from the community canteen and eat in the community canteen. And so, well, you technically maybe could have a private kitchen if you wanted to. You probably aren't really going to want to in the future socialist utopia. So getting rid of the kitchen is actually one of the things that they believe would happen.
Private family kitchens or takeout from local restaurants, people may gather around protest kitchens, canteens, and group meals. Care for children, the injured, and others unable to work becomes a shared commitment of collective projects of survival. Family abolition is a horizon of human freedom, one briefly visible on the barricades of the Oaxaca commune. The family is a limit to human emancipation. The family's horrors are vast, its abuses widespread, its logic coercive. The family is a joy for some, a necessity for most, and a nightmare for far too many. Behind its closed doors, the family is a gamble. Children born into abusive households have no recourse
Yeah,
from harmful
real.
parents. Those trapped in abusive couple relationships may see their means of escape gradually cut off by manipulative and controlling partners. Those working class adults who wish to be a part of a child's life are forced into degrees of economic precarity to keep their children fed and cared for, trapping parents further into
No. Stop making shit up. Stop making shit up. This is the most common mistake conservatives make when they first learn about abolish the family is they say they're just working out their daddy issues. That's not what is going on. They fundamentally believe that the world will be a better place under Marxism. Emmy O'Brien has a kid. P.S. Emmy O'Brien is a parent. Emmy O'Brien has a kid. I have heard Emmy O'Brien talking about they-them's kid on more than one occasion. They are not doing this because they hate their family. Emmy O'Brien is not doing this because they-them hates their kid and doesn't want to be the parent of said kid. They're doing this because they fundamentally believe that the nuclear family reproduces capitalism and they want to overthrow capitalism because they believe it'll create a better world.
awful jobs. The family policing system targets poor, Black, Indigenous, and migrant families with new forms of state violence in the name of protecting children, leaving the violence of the white propertied family form untouched.
The white propertied family form. When Emmy O'Brien says, hang on.
Leaving the
When Emmy O'Brien says the white property family form, and this is relevant because there's a cover of the New York Post today that says that the new mayor nominee, Zohan or whatever his name is, the price is white. Did everyone see this New York Post headline where they're saying he's a racist because he said something about white families? When socialists and communists say white, they don't mean skin color. They mean capitalism. Whiteness, white supremacy, these are not references to skin color. They're references to systemic racism, which means the system that upholds racism. The system that upholds racism is capitalism because they believe capitalism created systemic racism in the first place through the ownership of people as private property. No. Rein in your fucking feelings. Just because you've been lied to by every conservative influencer that you've ever listened to doesn't mean you know what the fuck is going on. Do you want me to explain? Capitalism created slavery by creating, because capitalism is the ownership of private property. Slavery is the ownership of people as private property. Slavery created systemic racism. Systemic racism is disparities in outcomes based on who was the boss and who was the owner. When communists originally started using the word whiteness, white meant people who did not work in the sun. That's what it meant. White was not a reference to skin color. White was a reference to who is the boss, who is the owner of the property. This is why you have headlines like in the Los Angeles Times that call Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy. I have Cheryl Harris, who wrote the paper Whiteness is Property, on video saying Black people can be white too. This is all about capitalism. So just because you believe that the left hates white people, I promise you, you're not. First of all, does Emmy O'Brien not look white to anyone? You think that Emmy O'Brien is one of the patron saints of this movement. You think that the left hates white people when Emmy O'Brien is one of the people they lift up as one of their leaders? That doesn't even make any sense. You are not going to hear a reference to white people in this entire presentation. The whole line that it's about skin color is what we call a bullshit conservative narrative. It is always a reference to systemic racism, which means the system that upholds racism, which means capitalism. How many books have I written? I don't know, 5 or 6. I'm going to publish at least 3 more this year. So a lot.
violence of the white propertied family form untouched. The family is also a limit to our imagination. Many of us grow up in private households and struggle to envision anything else. We can barely conceive of real alternatives to the family. Shared households are often a necessary survival strategy for proletarians, yet most working class families come under frequent pressure from changing labor market conditions, state policies, or state violence. These pressures make it hard to form and hold together families, but even harder to maintain chosen non-normative living arrangements. Many imagine and pursue a household that is entirely chosen and a radical alternative to the normative family, but attempts at holding such arrangements together often fall apart over decades of the stresses of trying to find and maintain work, to pay rent, to deal with medical emergencies, or to face aging. Others flee shared households altogether, often to find isolation and loneliness. But beyond some variation on the private household, what could possibly provide the care we all so desperately need? The family is also a limit for many mass social movements and revolutionary struggles. Social revolutions, the left untouched, the tyranny of the home, prevented a deeper social and cultural change that could extend into everyone's lives. So long as the private household is maintained, no revolutionary process can overcome class society. Many reform protest movements run into major internal crises when they are forced to grapple with conflicts and contradictions often relegated to the family. Countless organizations and parties have been destroyed because they were unable to adequately address sexual assault, intimate partner violence, the unequal gender division of labor, or the demands of child rearing. The family is a limit, and the real movement for collective liberation must abolish it. Family abolition is a fraught.
I wrote 2 other books in addition to those, but I recommend people focus on those because they're the more accurate ones right now. So there are more books that I've written other than those, but don't worry about those books. But just focus on the new books.
Phrase. Right-wing critics accuse proponents of family abolition of trying to destroy gender, market relations, and civilization. Progressive opponents of the idea suggest it is an ultra-left fantasy, likely to alienate people, foreclosing the mass.
Do I think we can stop them, and how do you achieve that? How you achieve that is you need to unlearn everything that James Lindsay ever taught you, because most of what James Lindsay taught you is absolute and complete garbage bullshit. So the first step is that you need to unlearn everything you think you know about the left. The second step is that you need to relearn what the left actually believes and what they're actually doing, which is what we're doing on this channel right now. So if you want to stop them, guys, then you need to do exactly what we're doing here, which is you need to learn as much about your enemy as possible. That's what we're doing. Because right now, there is a huge gap between people who think they understand the left, which is average right-wingers, and they don't, and people who actually understand the left, which is basically the people in my community. There is no one who understands the left in the country right now. I would put my community up against anything. There is no group of people that understand the real far left in America better than people who come to watch this content. Why? Because we actually listen to what real leftist activists say. And so if you want to do something, what you need to do is show up and learn as much as possible. You need to learn how to speak their language. You need to learn what they're actually doing. And can we actually do it? I have no effing idea. But if people aren't willing to show up and learn as much as possible, we have no chance. Because right now we have a massive amount of people who believe they understand what the left is doing, and they have no fucking idea. And this is why conservatives are just consistently unable to stop the left at all. The left is still winning. Even right now, Donald Trump is the president. The Republicans control the House of Representatives, and the Republicans control the Senate, and the left is still kicking their asses. The left is the reason we don't have mass deportations. The left are completely defying the Trump administration executive orders in all the schools. I have them on video talking about it. And so, you want to win, you need to learn. That's what we're doing. And if you are unwilling to show up and learn, there will be no tactic that you can implement that will ever be successful.
Constituency necessary for social democratic demands. Some astute skeptics of family abolition point how Black, Indigenous, and people of color rely on family relations to survive the racist onslaught of the state. Many imagine that family abolition calls for the acceleration of the current neoliberal social forces that make having children or finding a stable home challenging for so many people. These critiques.
This person is only a member of my channel because they got gifted a channel membership. Donald Trump slew the Democratic Party single-handedly and turned around this country after decades of Romney and McCain. Can everyone please shame this person in the chat for saying the most retarded thing I've literally seen all night? Bro, you think that Donald Trump has single-handedly saved everything? Are you serious? Where are my mass deportations? Where are my fucking mass deportations? Why do I have leftists at schools openly talking on video about how they're defying the Trump administration and they're not going to implement those executive orders and they're still going to teach gender ideology in schools and they don't give a fuck? Donald Trump hasn't beat anything. You've just bought into a conservative bullshit narrative. And you're either willing to learn or you're not. But if you're not willing to learn, there's the door. Go away. MC says we are trying to learn. It is just so weird. Yes, it is weird. It's weird because you have never been shown the real far left before. And I really want you guys to think about this. Everyone that's new to my content today, and if this is your first Socialism Saturday, welcome. You're going to learn more here about the far left than anywhere else, I promise you. But I want you to think about, why haven't your conservative influencers shown you this? I've been covering Emmy O'Brien for literally years. I have sent clips of Emmy O'Brien around to every conservative media outlet. You have never seen this information before on any of your influencers because they chose not to show it to you. So this is weird. It's new. It's different. This is the first time that you've seen the far left for real. And so it takes time to learn. This is not something that you're going to learn in a single Socialism Saturday. There are people who watch my content for months and months and months and months and months before they get it. And some people get it faster than others. But this is reality. And what you're doing with the far left, another reason why it might seem weird, is you are literally learning to speak a different language. They speak a different language than you do. And so if you're having trouble understanding it and you're brand new, guess what? Every single person that has ever been brand new to watching the real far left, they've had trouble understanding it too. This is why we really emphasize, if you don't understand something that they're saying, ask questions. This is why I pause so much to break down the information to make sure you do understand it. But it is weird, and it's going to be weird for you for a little while, and whether or not you get it depends entirely on how much you choose to show up and learn. They are not mentally ill. That is what we call a conservative bullshit talking point. They are absolutely not mentally ill.
A family abolition reflect deep anxieties. Many people rely on their family when we are at our most vulnerable, as newborns and children, while sick or disabled, while aging and approaching death. For those lucky enough to have loving family members, such support can be a source of great solace. Even those with unsupportive families of origin might keep them close throughout their lives. Those who raise us have a profound impact on our emotional...
No. Stop doing this shit. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know one of the main reasons why the right is losing so badly to the left? Because the right is deeply committed to this narrative. They're mentally ill. That's why they're doing all this. They're just mentally ill. Do you know what happens when you call someone mentally ill over and over and over and over and over again? Do you actually pay attention to what that person says and does? Do you actually listen to that person? Do you listen to people who you think are actually mentally ill? Well, that would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? So every single time you are saying, they're mentally ill, this just mental illness, we need to bring back asylums, they're mentally ill. you are allowing them to operate completely unopposed. You are allowing them to get away with every single thing that you claim to want to fight against. Because all you do in opposition is say, they're just mentally ill. Yes, they are very mentally healthy. The reason I say that is mentally ill people don't create elaborate visions for what they want in the world. Mentally ill people don't organize like the left does. Mentally ill people don't spend all their time reading and educating other people. Mentally ill people don't take over the schools. Mentally ill people don't do any of the things that the left has done. What is going on is they have a completely different set of values than you do. They see the world in a completely different way. So again, either you are here to learn or you are here to shitpost. Like, pick one. You can't do both. My summary of her content is she shitposts everyone. I have better ways to was my time. Watch her channel, shrink and beg for super chats. No one thinks she's an authority on anything. Okay, well, I'm really upset that you got gifted the channel membership because obviously you don't appreciate it. And now, unfortunately, because you're being such an asshole in my chat, I'm banning you from my channel. So goodbye. Wasted channel membership. Go away. Go back to Fox News. We don't want you here.
Physical and social development. Parenting, in turn, can be an extraordinary space of self-growth and experience of long-term care for another person. Unlike most relationships in a capitalist society, families can offer what feels to be an unconditional and unwavering form of love, at least sometimes. It is through the language of family that people often articulate their yearnings for care, for affection, for the long-term interweaving of our lives. For those with cruel, harmful families, the idea of doing it better, of forming healing chosen family can be profoundly compelling. Family abolition provokes in listeners fears of being abandoned, of being without support, of being left alone to face the violent power of the state or the cruelty of work. These are nearly universal fears in an era of neoliberal dismantling of social welfare supports, increasing atomization of capitalist society, racist state violence, and generalized instability. Many imagine family abolition as the left robbing them of their only means of solace and survival. In their imagination, to abolish the family is to make the world unlivable. Human life depends on care. We are all inescapably interdependent. In our society, many important forms of care are concentrated in families. Everyone needs material supports. For some, these are found through a family's access to jobs or property, safe housing, financial support during difficult times, healthy food, mobility, or quality health care. But the basis of a rich human life also includes the
thank you,
emotional,
Axad.
interpersonal,
Appreciate
and
it.
physical support families provide. These are all basic human needs, and the family is where we are most likely to have found them. To those who fear family abolition.
So what Emmy O'Brien is saying right now, yes, correct, Southpaw. This is the argument for collective care. So this is one of the arguments they have for abolishing the family, is they say that because the nuclear family exists, we are dependent upon the nuclear family for the type of healthcare that we have access to. All right. So what that means is you typically get insurance through either your parents or your husband or wife or your spouse or whatever. And so because our insurance program works through the nuclear family, they're saying that you are restricted to the type of care that you get based on who your nuclear family is, which is a fundamentally inequitable way of operating. If you want to know where the idea of universal healthcare comes from, it's this. This is where universal healthcare comes from. The idea of universal healthcare is that you eliminate the control of the nuclear family on who has access to what care. And they believe if they eliminate that, then everyone is responsible for caring for everyone else. Everyone will have access to all of the healthcare they need free on demand, regardless of which family they're born into.
Abolishing the family sounds as if it involves eliminating access to care. However, the opposite is true. Family abolition is a commitment to making the care necessary for human flourishing freely available.
Okay. I'm going to ask moving forward, and I understand people have a lot of questions, but we are spending a lot of time answering questions that are not relevant to the presentation being discussed. And that's very common when we have a lot of new people in the chat. And I'm always happy to answer those questions. But I want to encourage everyone to please keep questions relevant to what is actually being said, because I feel like a lot of people might not be paying attention to what's being said because they're having other conversation in the chat. Okay. There's a time and a place for that. I'm not saying anyone's doing anything wrong. You're not. I'm just trying to make sure we're focused on what's being said. But I want to answer this question. Are these people related to the No Kings protest? No. The No Kings protest was organized by Indivisible, which is a progressive group. Individual is not communist. Indivisible is not socialist. These people do not work with Indivisible. These people do not like Indivisible. Will these people take advantage of protests? Yes. But they are not directly involved in the organization of the No Kings protest. There are a massive amount of leftist groups that you have never heard of, and don't believe a thing that fucking data Republican bitch says either, because she doesn't know the half of it. So no, this is not related to them at all. The people we're watching are significantly farther left than the people organizing the No Kings protest. How they intend to abolish the nuclear family is by abolishing gender, which is the gender binary. And because if they abolish the gender binary, which is what they call the patriarchy, they will also end up abolishing the nuclear family. So that is the plan for that. Also offering different options for different family relationships, like queering the nuclear family, polyamory, families of choice, things like that. Also doing things like universal health care, which will, again, free people from the bounds of the nuclear family. Reproductive justice is also a way of that they're trying to abolish the nuclear family, because reproductive justice frees women from the gendered roles within the family. So it's a lot of that stuff. No. That's not what they're doing. No.
Available throughout society. Rather than relying solely on one's immediate personal relationships, access to care could be built into the social fabric of our collective lives. Family abolition is the vision that the basis of thriving should not depend on who your parents happen to be, who you love, or who you choose to live with. Family abolition is a horizon of sexual and gender freedom beyond the bigotry imposed by those on whom we depend. Family abolition is the expansion of care as a universal, unconditional social good. Family abolition is not just the positive assertion of care, but also a refusal of the harmful relationships of domination the family form enables. Family abolition is a belief that no child should be trapped by cruel parents, no woman should be afraid of poverty or isolation in leaving her violent husband, no aging, disabled, or sick person should be afraid of having to depend on an indifferent and uncaring family member. Family abolition is the recognition that no human being should ever own or entirely dominate another person, even children. No individual should have.
Let's talk about this. Family abolition. Hang on, listen again. Family abolition is the recognition that no one should own or dominate another person, including children. Listen.
Abolition is the recognition that no human being should ever own or entirely dominate another person, even children.
Okay. One of the reasons they want to abolish the nuclear family is because, remember, we said that the left defines capitalism as private property ownership. We said that the left is against marriage, all marriage, because they believe that marriage is a form of propertied relations. One of the things that the left believes is that parental rights over your children are a form of private property ownership. So when the left is talking about abolishing capitalism, which means abolishing private property ownership, they don't just mean your house, your land, your business, things like that. They also mean your parental rights over your children. Because the left believes that parental rights are basically a form of slavery. So you remember how I said earlier that the left doesn't, when the left is talking about whiteness, they're not talking about skin color. They were talking about the ownership of people as private property, and the owners or the bosses were the people who didn't have to work in the sun, white. The owned or the slaves, the proletariat, were black because they had to work in the sun. And that black people can achieve whiteness under this system when they become a boss or an owner. So that's the ownership of people as private property. That is the basis of systemic racism, which is what they're referring to when they say whiteness or white supremacy or things like that. The left also believes that parental rights are a form of ownership of human beings in the form of children. So they believe that parental rights means that parents literally own their children, just like slave owners used to own slaves. And there is an entire child abolition movement on the right, or excuse me, on the left, that is designed with the explicit purpose of liberating children from the adult supremacy of their parents. And it is not to sexualize them. It is not. They say this explicitly. So don't bring any conservative bullshit talking points into the discussion. That's not what it's for. They believe that children should be the property of the collective, not the property. I misspoke. They believe that children should be under the caretakership of the collective. Children should have multiple sets of parents, that everyone should be responsible for caring for the children. And this is the basis of why they want to abolish parental rights. Every attack you see on parental rights comes from this idea. Does everyone understand? Let me know in the chat if you understand. Happy to answer questions. Listen again.
And should be afraid of having to depend on an indifferent and uncaring family member. Family abolition is the recognition that no human being should ever own or entirely dominate another person, even children. No individual should have the means to coerce intimacy or labor from another as current property relations enable. Family abolition is the destruction of private households as systems of accumulating power and property at the cost of others' well-being. As well as overcoming the private household, family abolition is also the radical overturning in how society values particular family forms at the expense of others. A long history of white supremacy, heteronormativity, and capitalist property relations have enshrined a particular narrow vision of the family as the basis of an orderly society. Certain family norms are upheld in law, enforced through state violence, and defended in popular culture. Family abolition is a call for embracing the many forms of care and love through which people can form rich and fulfilling lives. It is for the destruction and overcoming of an ideal that treats some family structures as normal while devaluing or destroying other care relations.
If they can't coerce someone to work, how do they decide who does what work? What are you talking about they can't coerce? If you don't work, you don't eat. If you don't go do the job they assign you to do, you don't get food. You don't get housing. They can absolutely coerce you to work. No, they don't believe this. They don't believe this at all. They do not believe their utopia will be the epitome of slavery because to them, slavery means private property ownership. They believe that we are currently slaves to the capitalist system and that we are all oppressed by the capitalist system. They believe their utopia will be the opposite of that. Whether or not you agree with them makes no difference to them at all. That is what they believe.
In the spirit of the Oaxaca commune, let us advance.
Because they are they them. That's why. Okay, again, listen, guys, I understand that people have a lot of questions. Can you please for the love of like our time tonight, restrict your questions to the topic being discussed. I promise you, if you stick around the channel, I will answer all of your questions at some point. But the questions right now are just all over the place because people are continuing to ask questions that have nothing to do with what's being discussed in the presentation. And the purpose of watching the presentation is to listen to the presentation. Okay? I will answer all questions related to the presentation. I'm not going to continue to answer questions that are irrelevant. And every time you guys are asking questions that are irrelevant, you're not listening. Like, let me just be blunt. You're not fucking listening, and I need you to listen, and that is the purpose of this exercise. All right? But if you have questions about what's being discussed, that's totally fine.
That's so inspiring. Thanks a lot, Michelle. Now we will have a little chat for half an hour, 40 minutes, if you let me, because I've been waiting to have this chat for a long time. And after that, we will give also protagonism for you. You will be able to also make your own questions to Michelle. So since I wrote Maricas Malas, which is basically a really light version of your proposal, I've been to many interviews, and I talk about work abolition. I talk about police abolition. But whenever I reach the part of abolishing family, the journalists always like pause a little bit and say like, Christo, it's everything okay with your mom? And I'm like, yeah, it's absolutely fine with my mom. So I don't know why this question, why do they take it always to the anecdote?
See, what is this guy doing? This guy is a communist. And this guy is basically calling out conservatives and right-leaning people by saying, every time I bring up the idea of family abolition, they ask me if I have a good relationship with my parents, and they don't realize that that's not the point. He's calling you guys out for doing that, okay? Listen to what he is saying.
Family, the journalists always like pause a little bit and say like, Christo, it's everything okay with your mom? And I'm like, yeah, it's absolutely fine with my mom. So I don't know why this question, why do they take it always to the anecdote, to your personal life? I don't know why is that so common. I don't know if that also happens to you. And I wanted to know, why is that a wrong question?
Thank you. I think this is very important. So I think there are two spirits that people ask about my family in talking about this book. One is the one that you describe, which is to assume pathology, to assume that there is something wrong with people committed to queer and trans liberation, the people committed to a free society, with people who want to envision better ways of living and loving together, that the family is not only a social norm, but also a psychological norm, and accepting it as a sign of emotional and psychological health. And that anyone who rejects it, it must necessarily be a result of horrible trauma.
Oh.
I think you cited this briefly when we were chatting, but many people come to family abolition precisely out of a love of their family members and out of a belief that we all deserve something better than the isolation and violence.
Okay, so here's the argument. What they're saying is everyone will receive greater levels of care if we abolish the nuclear family. It's not that we don't love our family. It's not that we don't love our parents. It's not that we don't love our kids. What these people believe is that violence and abuse takes place in the nuclear family at much higher levels than in any other social system, and therefore forcing people to the care that their family can provide them is literally inflicting violence and abuse and all that stuff on people, because that tends to take place within the nuclear family. They're saying flat out that this is not about having daddy issues. This is because we think that they are literally saying, Emmy O'Brien said this, and we'll listen again, everyone in our family will be better off if we abolish this social unit of the family, because if we abolish the social unit of the family, everyone will have access to greater levels of care and love and all that stuff. That is what they believe, guys. Donnie, thank you for being a member of the channel for the month. Aloha, thank you for all you do. Learned more in a month here versus anywhere. Donnie, thank you for my support. For your support rather. I'm really glad you found the channel. You've been awesome in the month you've been here. I know you've learned a lot, and I appreciate you hanging out with us tonight. Listen to Emmy O'Brien again. We're gonna go back because I hear this so much that it's like we have to listen to it again.
So, I don't know why this question, why do they take it always to the anecdote, to your personal life? I don't know why is that so common. I don't know if that also happens to you. And I wanted to know, why is that a wrong question?
Thank you. I think this is very important. So I think there are two spirits that people ask about my family in talking about this book. One is the one that you describe, which is to assume pathology, to assume that there is something wrong with people committed to queer and trans liberation, the people committed to a free society, with people who want to envision better ways of living and loving together, that the family is not only a social norm, but also a psychological norm, and accepting it as a sign of emotional and psychological health. And that anyone who rejects it, it must necessarily be a result of horrible trauma. I think you cited this briefly when we were chatting, but many people come to family abolition precisely out of a love of their family members and out of a belief that we all deserve something better than the isolation and violence and cruelty in many ways of the private household as a social form that we all have to depend on. The other spirit that people ask the question, usually in more radical contexts, is wanting to see if I have come up with a more radical, inspiring way of living that they could then adopt. And I share a little bit about my family. It's a non-traditional household arrangement in many ways, but I really emphasize that I'm very inspired by all the forms of queer families, non-traditional families, extended networks of care and support that are a very important part of queer and trans life, of Black American life, of migrant organizing and support, that people lacking the property and state support to form traditional families form, I think, better forms as they are able to, networks of care that take less traditional forms. But these are so tightly constrained by the conditions of poverty and racism and homophobia that people face. And a lot of my interest is in transforming the material conditions of society that force people into private households, that make, in many ways, the traditional family a
When Emmy O'Brien says they want to transform the material conditions of society that force people into private households, when they say material conditions, they mean capitalism.
People face. And a lot of my interest is in transforming the material conditions of society that force people into private households, that make, in many ways, the traditional family a logical way of living under conditions of capitalism.
It's not actually difficult at all. All you need to do is go to Google, and if you don't want to go to Google, you can use ChatGPT. You can search on YouTube for Emmy O'Brien. I've covered Emmy O'Brien extensively. The reason that I don't know why you can't find anything, probably because you're not trying very hard. This is freely available information. Just literally, perhaps the reason is you are not typing their name correctly. So perhaps some attention to detail would be to your benefit. O'Brien has an apostrophe in it. This is the level of stupidity I have to deal with. I swear to God.
So a lot of my book is thinking about how the decisions people make about how to form their households are not only based on values, on ideology.
Here, I'll help you out. Emmy O'Brien's website is genderhorizon.com. Go to genderhorizon.com and you will find a list of their presentations. You will find a list of their books. You will find a list of their publications. Genderhorizon.com. Like,
on social custom, but also based on the material conditions of racial capitalism. So in that sense, asking about if I've come up with a more radical alternative or what more radical alternatives are, that there's a limit to what radical alternatives can really be in the society that we live in right now. And if we want to form more loving, transformed relations with each other, we also have to transform the material conditions of society.
Oh my god, you just lost me, bitch. Bro, you can't do a simple Google search. You can't do a Google search. You can't look at someone's name and type it into Google. Listen, Rod, I'm very, very sorry. We have an IQ requirement to be in my audience. And I'm willing to entertain new people for a while. But we have an IQ requirement to be here. We do not allow stupid people here. If you can't do a Google search and you get offended by the fact that I point out that you're not able to do a Google search, then your IQ is just not meeting the mark, Rod. There's a minimum 100 IQ requirement to be here. This is not a dumb people YouTube channel. This is a smart people YouTube channel. So I'm very, very sorry, Rod. But now we're going to have to show you the door. Goodbye. You're no longer welcome here. Go away.
The conditions under which we work and live.
I think one of the movements that have changed Spain a lot in the last decade, if not the main movement that has changed Spain in the last decade, is feminism. And sometimes even in the borders of feminism, I found also critiques to family abolition, because they do defend that the family is the place of love or the place of care, as you just read for us in this introduction. And I wanted to ask you how feminist is the abolition of family, or how feminism and family abolition are linked.
In the 1970s and 1980s, during a more radical moment for feminism in the United States, family abolition was a widely shared debate and politics by a substantial current of the movement. Ideas of family abolition have been taken up by radical movements at many times historically, and often by the women and queer people in radical social movements of various sorts. And I look at the mid-19th century, I look at the 19 teens, I look at the 1930s, and again at the 1960s and 70s. And in the feminists of the 1970s who really identified the goal of family abolition, I think very correctly recognized the tremendous violence and oppression that so many women face in the family form. That the property relations that constitutes households really give such substantial power to whoever has more access to resources outside the family.
So what they're saying, again, I told you earlier, they believe marriage is a form of property relations. So what they believe is that the family gives all the power to the person who makes the most money and has access to the insurance. And typically what they're going to say is that's the male. That's the man. Because that's what they believe. And they believe that men are above women in the patriarchy. That is what the gender hierarchy is. And so they're saying marriage is a form of property relations by which some people are oppressed by virtue of needing to rely on someone else for money and insurance and things like that.
Property relations that constitutes households really give such substantial power to whoever has more access to resources outside the family. And there's a long, very strong patriarchal and sexist tradition in how families are organized and in family law. The family is the place we are most likely to be raped. The family is the place we are most likely to be beaten. The family is the place we are most likely to be abused and to face violence and horror.
So this is one of their arguments for wanting to abolish the family. You are more likely to be abused or beaten or et cetera, within the nuclear family than outside of it.
And the structure of the family, the isolation it engenders, the divisions between public and private, the organization around property that constitutes the private households makes possible an unchecked form of violence against women and children. So there's one form of feminism that's really about imagining
She literally just said the opposite, didn't she, though? So no, she didn't say that. You just weren't listening. Sorry.
Women's liberation, and that requires breaking open the private household and breaking open the social and property form of the household. Feminism also takes on even broader meanings in thinking about how gender structures how we understand ourselves as people. A form of feminism that includes queer and trans liberation, for example, and queer and trans people, as well as being violently oppressed, often as children within families,
Stop
often also are
debunking.
really
No
excluded from a kind of
debunking.
traditional family form and have had to really fight for survival outside of certain kinds of families. And some of those fights have been about
Okay. The debunking in the chat has got to stop. Listen, half of the chats I see coming in are, they're wrong for a reason X, Y, B, and Z. I understand why you're doing it. I understand why you feel that way. But you guys are like, when you're debunking, and I don't want to make anyone feel bad. Again, this is something that happens a lot with newer people, where your inclination is to say everything these people believe is crazy. Okay, I get it. But when you spend all your time debunking them in the chat, you're basically the old man yelling at the sky. Emmy O'Brien can't hear you. Emmy O'Brien is not going to come to my chat and read your complaints with what they them believes. There is like literally there is nothing you're going to achieve by debunking them. We are already opposed to their ideas. There is no one probably watching this show right now that agrees with these ideas. So you guys are literally talking to yourself and waving your fist at the sky and feeling like that's going to accomplish anything. Every ounce of energy that you put into debunking them is an ounce of energy that you are not utilizing to listen and to learn about what they believe. That is the point of this. It is not to agree with them. It is to learn how they see the world, because if you don't understand your enemy, you can't defeat them. So I know it's hard. I know you want to debunk. I know every fiber of your being is screaming, but don't do it in the chat. Go debunk them on Twitter or something else. Because I promise you, we have heard every single debunk you guys have in your back pocket, and it has never made any difference at all.
Trying to normalize and legalize and get support for queer and trans people forming relatively traditional families. So your essay and I think a lot of radical queer thinking offers a critique of
Somerville, Massachusetts literally has polyamory legalized and protected from discrimination. So yes, they are implementing it.
This kind of assimilationist normative vision where queer people want to live like everyone else. And, I have mixed feelings. I think there are times that this is really a legitimate demand, but that also in the queer and trans movement is a vision of love and care and support for each other that exceeds the boundaries of the family and the private household.
Hang on. No, you don't agree with their points. You think you agree with their points, but you don't. Because ultimately, I'm pretty sure you still believe in parental rights. Do you want to abolish all parental rights? No? Then you don't agree with them. Just because they say a thing or two that you might say, okay, that's a legitimate grievance, that doesn't mean you agree with them, because the outcome of what they want is completely different than what they're actually talking about. So no, you do not agree with them if you're an anti-communist. No, a lot of people, I actually have a lot of people in my community who keep notebooks just for Socialism Saturday to take notes. So that's not weird at all, actually.
That broader vision of love and care that's part of a broader, bigger, radical feminist vision, I think really should be the basis of much broader movements to transform the role of the family.
Yeah, I could do that. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Who's going to read the zine? People who already agree with me. Can everyone please? I don't need suggestions for things I can do, guys. What I need you to do right now, and I understand everyone means well. I really, really do. What I need people to do, though, is to start listening to the presentation and to listen to what's being discussed. That is what I need from you. I don't need suggestions on things I should do. I have more than enough things to do already. Okay. Richard, thanks for the super chat. Are all queers Marxists? Are all queers homosexuals? Queer has nothing to do with being gay. It has nothing to do with being trans. You can be a straight white man and be queer. Queer is a political ideology. It is not about who you love. It is not about who you're sleeping with. So just toss that right out the window. Whoever told you that queer is about being homosexual lied to you. It is not real. You can be straight white man and be queer. Are all queers Marxists? Yes. All queer people are Marxists or radical revolutionary socialists. Maybe they don't. I would hesitate to call them Marxists explicitly, because what they actually believe is a mutated form of Marxism. It's not Marxism in its purest form, but all queers are radical revolutionary anarcho-communists. They're all anarcho-communists because, again, queer is a far left political ideology. So I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Let me just look in the chat real quick. Yeah, I'm already working on 3 other books right now. Like, I need another book to write. Like, I need a hole in the head. Okay, let's keep going.
Family and society.
Yeah, actually, when I wrote Maricas Malas, the first question I made myself is what were the demands that queer movements were making in Catalonia or in Spain, even quite broadly in Europe, during the 70s and the 80s. And it is quite nice to go back there in the archives, in the libraries, and find out that they were actually claiming for family abolition. The first demonstration, LGBTQI plus demonstration here in Catalonia in 1977, their main goal was to abolish family. And now in 2024, Spain is presuming all over the world that we were one of the first countries legalizing gay marriage and gay families. So I was wondering, why have we come from family abolition in the 70s to family reaffirmation nowadays?
The movement, the shift of queer politics from a broader liberatory vision to a kind of much narrower and conservative form of gay acceptance is a very dramatic political shift over the last 40 years. So I teach a lot about queer social movements and draw very heavily from this history
by the
in
way,
this book.
by the way, Emmy O'Brien teaches at New York University. So yeah, this is not just some random person off the street. Emmy O'Brien literally taught a class about this exact topic at New York University in the spring semester earlier this year. Emmy O'Brien lectures on college campuses all over the country. They them lectures in college classes all over the country. Okay?
And in the late 1960s and 1970s, around the world, New York played an important role in this, but there were many examples elsewhere. Queer liberation, gay liberation, saw itself as part of a broader global struggle against colonialism and capitalism. They saw the struggle for gay people to be free alongside the struggle against white supremacy and against global colonialism. So,
okay, so I'm going to explain what happened, because people are about to be confused. In the 60s and the 70s, you had the gay rights movement over here. You also had the queer movement that was bubbling up in places like New York and San Francisco. These two things are kind of like cousins. Or they kind of like they're like allies, right? When the gay rights movement started bubbling up in like San Francisco in like the 60s and the 70s, it kind of made friends with the queer movement that was also bubbling up in the same place at the same time. Now, queer does not believe in gender. Queer does not believe in, they believe that sexuality is fluid. So there are a lot of queer people that will engage in like homosexual behavior, but it's not because necessarily they're gay as in like normal gay people would define it. It's because they believe that gender doesn't exist and that sexuality is fluid. So a lot of why there's confusion about the difference between gay and queer is because these movements have worked together in the past. They were working together in the 60s. They were working together in the 70s. They kind of started to move apart in the 80s, like a little bit. They kind of started to go a little bit separately in the 80s, but they were still working together. The ACT UP movement was a part of both of these things. In the 90s, they started schisming a little bit more. And then by the 2000s, basically there was a schism between the queer rights movement and the gay rights movement. The gay rights is this hand. Sorry. The gay rights movement and the queer rights movement. The gay rights movement wanted to legalize gay marriage. The queer movement is an anti-assimilationist ideology. So you had the gay rights movement that wanted gay marriage legalized and they wanted gays to be in the military. And then you had the queer movement that was like, we don't want to get married and we don't want to be in the military. And so there was a schism between gay and queer that really was irreconcilable by the mid 2000s. And what you saw in the mid 2000s is you see queer activists actively attacking gay rights organizations. They were not getting along. So I understand why there is some confusion about like queer and gay being the same, also because conservative media doesn't understand any of what I just said and they lie to people all the time. But you have to understand, there was a time where they were all working together and playing nicely, but then around the mid 2000s, it basically went nyeh. And they basically like separated into two different tribes. And once gay marriage got legalized, the gay rights movement basically packed it up. The the traditional gay, oh my god, apologies. The traditional gay rights movement basically packed it up and went home after gay marriage was legalized. So basically they were like, all right, we got everything we wanted. All we wanted was to be able to get married. And so after gay marriage was legalized in 2015, all the normal gay rights people were like, okay, we can get married now. That's like really all we wanted. They stopped doing activism. But the queer rights movement, the queer ideology movement was still like full force. And basically what happened is all of the organizations that were traditionally like gay rights organizations basically got filled with queer activists. And so queer co-opted the entire organizing model after 2015, which is why you saw such an explosion in all of this gender non-binary bullshit after 2015. Does everyone understand what I just said? Please let me know if you have questions. I saw a super chat come through. Conspiracy extremists, thank you. I appreciated being on your show last night. It was super fun. You're doing God's work, Karlyn. Here's some shekels. Hey, I appreciate that. Thanks so much for that. Hang on, just scrolling through the chat, seeing if people have any questions. Yeah, pride is a revolution, not assimilation. Exactly. Well, yeah, this is also true. Yes, gay men are like the ultimate capitalists. This is why queer Marxists don't consider gay men to be oppressed, because gay men are very, 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 very capitalist. No, queers are not homosexuals. You can be a straight white man and be queer. Queer is a far left political ideology. That's it. And guys, I'm literally working on a book right now about everything I just explained. This is a topic that I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that's actually researched this. Maybe a couple other people have, but I'm the only one that talks about it on a regular basis. So I am working on a book about this. It is actually much more complex than people think it is. But we spent a lot of time breaking this down on the channel. And so, more to come on that.
So in New York, the Gay Liberation Front was founded in 1969, and it took its name from the National Liberation Front in Vietnam, the communist forces fighting the U.S. Army at the time, right? It's quite a striking thing for a bunch of gay people in New York to do. And that really reflected like a...
No, they don't. No, they don't. You just think they do because you listen to conservative media. They don't actually say that. Guys, I literally played you a video earlier where they were telling you we are not gay. I literally played you a queer music video that says we are not gay. Like, Yes, precisely. Queer activist is a far left political ideology that pushed the abolition of all gender. Gender ideology is really the abolition of all gender. They want to abolish the concepts of gender. They want to abolish the concept of man and the concept of woman because they believe that the only way to achieve gender equity is to abolish the categories of gender entirely. Non-binary means no binary, no gender binary.
A huge part of their political orientation was supporting the Black Panther Party and seeing the Black Panther Party.
No, I wouldn't say that. No, but wouldn't you say there are a lot of people that ideas queer that have no idea about the politics of it? No, by and large, actually, no. Do you know who has no idea about the politics of it? Conservatives. Conservatives make the assumption all the time, or right-wingers make the assumption all the time, that because they don't understand something, that means the left doesn't understand something. Bro, I am literally playing you a video of a queer Marxist right now, literally saying everything that I'm telling you they believe. I have played countless hundreds, maybe even thousands of videos on this channel of leftists telling you what they believe. The reason that you believe that they don't understand this is because you're new to this. And welcome, I'm glad you're here. Thank you for being a member of the channel. But the reason that you don't understand, the reason that you believe that they don't understand this is because you don't understand it yet. You're projecting your lack of understanding onto them. They understand this. We literally hear them say it all the fucking time. So just stick around the channel and you will hear them say it many, 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 many more times. Actually, yes, they believe that gender was created by capitalism. Capitalism created the social constructs of gender that put men in the workplace where they had all the power and all the money, women in the home doing the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers in the nuclear family. This is called the gender hierarchy or the patriarchy. The only way to get rid of the gender hierarchy or the patriarchy is to eliminate the categories of men and women, which creates equity, which puts everyone on the same level. Their goal is to create a non-binary world because non-binary is the antithesis of capitalism. So correct. Aha! Yes! Yes! So conservatives wanting to revoke gay marriage is actually conservatives conflating or confusing gay rights with queerness. Yes. And in fact, I'll do you one better. Conservatives wanting to revoke gay marriage gives queer Marxists exactly what they've been screaming for 20 fucking years. Queer Marxists have been against gay marriage since before gay marriage was legalized. If conservatives revoke gay marriage because they think they're owning the libs, they are actually giving people like Emmy O'Brien the biggest fuck-off gift that they've ever been given in their lives, because revoking gay marriage is going to create an entire generation of extremely militant queer activists, and then it's really off to the races. So it would be a gift to the far left, like conservatives have never given them since the overturning of Roe v. Wade. Why is all the language so coded? Because they speak a different language than you do. They are not interested in you understanding their language. They speak a different language than you do. They have their own subculture. You are not a part of their subculture. They are not interested in communicating with you. If they were interested in communicating with you, they would speak a different language, but they're not. They're speaking their language. It's a different language, guys. It might sound like English, but it is not English. No, you can't do that. No, because if you oppose gay marriage and you repeal gay marriage like a bunch of unhinged retards, then you will give queers the biggest victory they've ever been given in their life. And so if you want to oppose queers, you need to support gay marriage. And if you want to revoke gay marriage, then you are on the side of the queers. You cannot do both. You have to pick one. The biggest thing that could ever happen to queer activism ever in history will be the revocation of gay marriage. So if you want people like Emmy O'Brien to win and win spectacularly, keep going. Watch what happens. Overturning gay marriage will radicalize disenfranchised gay people who will turn to the queer far left. That is absolutely correct. 1,000% correct. Queer is about breaking away from traditional social constructs. It's about breaking away from any social constructs or social norms that uphold capitalism. So things like the gender binary, things like the nuclear family, yes. Why don't the gays disavow the queers? Are you serious? Okay, can all the gay men in my chat disavow the queers? Do you want to see a bunch of gay men disavow the queers? I would like all the gay men in my chat, and if there are lesbians watching too, well, lesbians are welcome to debunk this as well. Can all the gay men in my chat denounce the queers right now? Because Green-Eyed Lady thinks that this never happens when it happens all the time. Literally. Green-Eyed Lady, you've been talking to gay people in my chat that denounce the queers all the fucking time. Let's see, I'm just scrolling through the chat, guys. Yeah, see, you're seeing the gay men in my chat denounce the queers right now.
As a leading force of a broader transformation of American society. And that broader vision of gay liberation that was taken up by many trans people, many gender nonconforming people at the time in the beginning of the 1970s, had resonance around the world, and it was destroyed in the 1980s and 1990s.
You idiots don't listen to them when they do. This happens all the time. You don't listen to them when they do. We literally have gay people denouncing queer in the chat right now, and the conservatives are like, no, that's not good enough. I want that gay person to do it. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. What is the point of this? Do you want to learn what they believe or not? My God.
And a number of things conspired to destroy it. In New York, the shift to austerity and economic neoliberalism, the dismantling of welfare programs, did a lot to help destroy the left. But AIDS had a huge impact. An entire generation of gay people suffered a massive and devastating trauma of mass death. And that gave rise to a certain kind of radical movement, but it also made it much more difficult to maintain these fragile links to many, many other kinds of struggles. And the gay politics that emerged.
So that's actually funny. So what Emmy O'Brien is saying is that the ACT UP movement in the 80s, which is the ACT UP movement in the 80s was radical activism against the Reagan administration. And basically what they're saying, what them is saying is the focus on the nuclear family went away because of radical activism in the 80s in response to the AIDS epidemic.
In the aftermath of the devastation of AIDS and of neoliberalism and austerity in the 1990s and 2000s was really dominated. So part of my research historically has been about this. I did some academic work on it, that the rise of a sector of gay men who worked in New York's finance sector, so on Wall Street as stockbrokers, played an enormously powerful role in building the gay politics of the 2000s that decided to focus and prioritize gay marriage above trans rights. So at a key moment in history in New York, Wall Street gay men ended up taking over the movement and had the resources to be able to do it. So for many people talking about HIV and AIDS in prison, homeless, queer and trans youth, talking about police violence against queer and trans people, thinking about poverty in queer and trans life, and thinking about basic civil rights for trans people, which had not been won in New York in the 2000s, and really decided that marriage equality should be the only focus of the movement. and they had the resources to really shape the movement in that direction.
So Emmy O'Brien is telling you what I tried to tell you, which is that you guys remember I told you about the schism that happened between the gay rights movement and the queer activists, where it was really around gay marriage. And what Emmy O'Brien is saying is some overarching organization decided that all the resources in the activism space would go towards gay marriage. This was the argument against it that the queers were making. The queers were like, first of all, we don't even want to get married in the first place. Second of all, why are all the money and all the resources going towards legalizing gay marriage versus abolishing capitalism? Because queer at its core is an anti-capitalist ideology. It wants to annihilate capitalism, private property ownership. And they were pissed off that all of the resources seem to be going towards legalizing gay marriage, which they believe is a form of property relationships, and that's when the schism happened. Listen.
People thinking about poverty in queer and trans life, and thinking about basic civil rights for trans people, which had not been won in New York in the 2000s, and really decided that marriage equality should be the only focus of the movement.
There it is.
And they had the resources to really shape the movement in that direction. And this kind of class tension within movements plays a very important role in my history of the family, that there are class tensions.
No, this has nothing to do with sex. Stop bringing these bullshit talking points into my chat. Either you are listening or you are not. You are completely wrong, and you should hang your head in shame with how fucking wrong you are, because it means however long you've been sitting in my chat, you haven't been listening to a word I'm saying, which really pisses me off. So don't do this shit. That's not what's going on. You are wrong. Shut the fuck up and listen.
That play out along racial lines and sexual lines, but are really about access to resources for who has really focused so many radical or what were radical movements into a more conservative direction of celebrating and defending the normative family.
Emmy O'Brien just said that the legalization of gay marriage was taking a radical movement and pushing it in a conservative direction. This is a queer Marxist. They believe that the legalization of gay marriage was a conservative direction. Hey, Brian, thank you for the super chat. Since progressives are capitalist, why do they share many of the same goals as socialist, communist, revolutionaries like abolishing gender? They don't. They don't. We don't see progressives talking about abolishing gender. We see queer Marxists explicitly talking about abolishing gender, like in no uncertain terms. You don't see progressives talking about abolishing gender. Although, what I will say, Brian, is sometimes, so what the far left does is they try to infiltrate progressive organizations to pull them further left. So sometimes what you'll have is you'll have like a queer Marxist or a queer anarchist that's working within a progressive organization because they're trying to pull the entire organization farther left and radicalize it. And you might see that person talking about abolishing gender, and you might be confused by it. And it is a good question. There's a reason you'd be confused, right? You might be confused because you see a queer Marxist within a progressive organization talking about these values. But fundamentally, they don't actually share all the same values. And if you want more information about that, you can go to decodetheleft.com/map, where I've literally explained all this and broken it down. But it is a good question. I know why you think that. But if you're hearing someone talking about abolishing gender, they are not a progressive. They are a queer Marxist, almost universally. Yep. Common story. Common story. Appreciate it. When did queer appear as a name? Queer appeared as an anti-capitalist ideology in the 60s, maybe a little bit before. Queer used to mean weird or abnormal. It started being used more broadly as an anti-capitalist ideology in about the 60s. The earliest reference I've found so far is 1964, but it could be earlier than that, and I just haven't found it yet. So, but yeah, it was absolutely used in the 80s. The 80s are really where a lot of queer activism was cultivated. Again, in the ACT UP movement, also in the queercore movement, in the punk music scene. So yeah, you would have seen it in the 80s, but it's been around a long time.
said already a lot of times white supremacy. You have talking about Black Panthers, and we have talked a lot in the course about how families, as we think of them nowadays, are Eurocentric, and the model of family was extended to the world through colonialism. So I wanted to know, what is your point of view of family as a racist tool for the states?
So this has
The family is a racist tool for the state. That means the family is a capitalist unit. Look at this. The family is a racist tool for the states means the family is a unit of capitalism. Again, when they say racism, they're not talking about skin color. They're talking about systemic racism.
Family as a racist tool for the states.
So this has many different dimensions in my book. I draw very heavily from Black feminist analysis of the family dynamics, the dynamics of care and family logics under conditions of slavery in the settler colonies in North America and in the history of white supremacy in the United States. And I could go into that history more, but there's a lot of depth to it. And I think you alluded to one aspect that is, I think, very important, which is how many people think about the normative family, the private family, is really modeled after a particular experience of the bourgeoisie in Europe that took shape.
The normative family, the private family, is modeled after the bourgeoisie. Those are all words for capitalism.
In the 19th century, that was very different from like aristocratic family forms, peasant family forms, and for a time was really not available to working class people at all. And this kind of normative family arrangement was then exported and circulated around the world during colonialism. One of the forms that took is the brutal and intense genocidal violence over centuries, including before this family forms consolidation against gender nonconforming people throughout society. So all societies have had gender nonconforming people and often quite diverse ways of including them. And that the family form of European colonialism included an intense amount of violence around trying to exterminate gender nonconforming people. There's another dimension to it that I'm concerned with in the book, which is not only has colonialism been very important in asserting a kind of normative family, but I'm also very concerned with the ways that certain kinds of efforts to overcome the family have depended not on social revolution or the transformation of property relations,
Capitalism.
but on dispossession and the seizure of land on the colonial frontier. So many utopian socialists who I am...
Just for people who are new, when Emmy O'Brien is talking about colonialism or colonization, that is also a reference to capitalism, because colonialism or colonization is the taking of indigenous land and privatizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism.
I'm very inspired by and draw heavily from in the book. They had no vision of how society could be transformed. That was really taken up by the later workers' movement and Marxism and forms of socialist politics. But they wanted to form a better society. And where they managed to do that is in the colonies. So thanks to the genocide of indigenous people and the seizure of land in Canada and the United States, we see examples of these utopian socialist communities springing up in that modeled after the teachings of Fourier or Owen. And that it's really important that family abolition not be a pro-colonial politics as they articulate it. Another example is
it's important that family abolition not be a pro-colonial form of politics. That means family abolition has to be anti-capitalist.
Israeli kibbutz movement.
The kibbutz
did some novel experiments in family arrangements and child rearing and how people caring for each other, but really relied on the violent genocidal dispossession of Palestinians and the Nakba.
Oh, check this out. Okay. For those who don't know, the kibbutz movement is a movement in Israel to create communal societies. So the kibbutz movement is communism. We watched a whole documentary about kibbutzes like several months ago. They are communist. Okay? But Emmy O'Brien is saying the kibbutz movement is not communist enough because the kibbutz movement fundamentally relies on the colonization of Israel taking land from the Palestinians and privatizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism. So Emmy O'Brien is saying, yeah, sure, these kibbutz movements were creating communes, but they were still doing it on stolen indigenous land, and therefore, ergo, it is a colonist movement and not communist. Listen.
Politics as they articulate it. Another example is the Israeli kibbutz movement that did some novel experiments in family arrangements and child rearing and how people caring for each other, but really relied on the violent genocidal dispossession of Palestinians in the Nakba and in the 76 years since, and the current genocide in Gaza as a really horrific culmination of this. And the kibbutzes depended on this colonial dispossession in order to try their experiments of other ways of living. And I think it's very, very important that family abolition, as I read in the Oaxaca commune, be integrated into thinking about a social movement from the bottom up that transforms how property is organized in society so that it not be in the service.
Oh, can we please not? Can we please fucking not? The left does not hate Jews. If you think the left hates Jews, you have to stop listening to whatever bullshit conservative media you're listening to, because they have fundamentally lied to you. The left hates Israel because Israel are the settler colonists that stole the land from the indigenous Palestinians. They hate Israel because they are the settler colonists. They also hate America because America are the settler colonists. It has nothing to do with them being Jewish. It has to do with they took the land from the indigenous Palestinians and they privatized it under capitalism. So no, they don't hate the Jews. And now I need everyone in the chat that's not talking about something that's relevant to the presentation, stop. I'm not going to, guys, if you want to hear me yell, keep talking about things that are not relevant to the presentation. We still have a ways of this presentation to go. We're not even going to get to the other one tonight. Can you guys please focus on the presentation? This is a learning stream.
Of colonial violence.
Thanks a lot for that last words to Palestine and to Gaza.
From now on, everyone who is talking about something that is not related to the presentation, you're going to get put in a 5-minute timeout in the chat. You're going to be allowed to come back, but if you insist on mucking up my chat with things that are not relevant to what we're talking about, I'm going to take away your ability to speak for 5 minutes.
Which is being bombed right now while we are here, and we should never forget that is happening right now. That is happening. We can see it in our mobile phones. We can see in our TV, and apparently the international system is not doing anything to solve.
Hang on, we got a super chat. Southpod, I'm going to get a snack. Here's one for you. Thank you. Keep it up. You're going to have thousands of viewers one day. I mean, we'll see. I don't know if thousands of viewers can handle me yelling at them on the internet, but I guess we'll see. Guys, please make sure you mount the like button. And if you're new to the channel, welcome to Socialism Saturday. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel. I stream Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to be doing a lot of socialism this week because the Socialism Conference is next week. We're going to be doing a whole weekend of socialism. So it's going to be awesome. And so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you've mounted the like button. I would really appreciate it.
Of this situation. We've been talking a lot also in the course on how the idea of perfect family is also behind Nazism, is also behind genocides. It's also behind.
Did he just say perfect family is behind Nazism and genocide? Oh, I think he said Nazism, though. I don't think he said narcissism. I think he said Nazism. Hang on. Listen.
Also in the course on how the idea of perfect family is also behind Nazism, is also behind genocides. It's also behind
True.
the differences between Hutus and Tutsis that were created artificially, talking from a family perspective on who is family and who is not. And I actually wanted to ask you about the genocide and about the prison family genocide and how Israel is being
Guys, I don't think he said narcissism. I think that was an incorrect caption. I'm pretty sure he said Nazism.
washing this through not only the queer politics, but also the family politics, and talking about Israeli families and their pureness against an evil Palestinian form of family.
The genocide in Gaza is so devastating and it's so horrific. And I think it's very important for me, coming from the United States, to really acknowledge the massive participation and complicity of the United States in funding it. I think there are many examples in Europe of financial support and providing weapons to Israel as well in this genocide, that there is a collective and global guilt for what's happening in us not figuring out how to stop it. The movement in solidarity with Palestine in New York has been driven in a large part by the substantial Palestinian diaspora in New York. Many, many Palestinians live in New York, and a huge participation from the Jewish left. Groups like If Not Now and Jewish Voices for Peace play a very important role in the Palestine solidarity movement. And one of the things that I've been very struck by in my 20 years in the Palestine solidarity struggles is the incredibly huge number of queer and trans people who play a very important role in these movements. There are many jokes about it, that Palestine organizing in New York is really driven by queer people. And there's some real truth to it in Palestinian queers, Jewish queers, and lots of other kinds of queer people. And I had a student writing and researching and trying to think about why this was this semester, and I think there's a lot to say about it. But what we're met with is this, you referenced pinkwashing, that Israel, where gay marriage is not actually legal and where there's a significant fascist current.
So they believe essentially that Israel uses the LGBT issue to try to mask their atrocities when it comes to other things. So they basically think that like Israel is saying we're the gayest country in the world to try to get the gays on their side, when in fact they're not actually helping the gays and they're engaging in oppressive politics.
This you referenced pinkwashing, that Israel, where gay marriage is not actually legal and where there's a significant fascist current in Israeli society that is openly homophobic and openly hateful of queer people, but Israel celebrates itself as a kind of bastion of gay rights and gay tourism, and the charge of like, if you were in Gaza, Hamas would kill you. Well, if I was a Palestinian, queer Palestinian in Gaza, probably an Israeli drone strike would kill me right now. But that this, service taking up of a certain kind of sexual politics, in this case, gay rights, in the service of genocide, in the service of imperialism, in the service of a racist, violent assault on people's lives. And really recognizing that not that long ago, anti-sodomy laws were introduced in Palestine under British colonial rule, right? Gay relationships were decriminalized in the West Bank well before they were decriminalized in most of Europe. The history is very complex and very rich, but I think there's a palpable and strong drive amongst many queer people in New York to not let.
They're saying that to demonstrate that Israel is not sincere in what they're doing, not that they want gay marriage. Emmy O'Brien doesn't want gay marriage. They're doing it to say Israel is using this to uphold capitalism. So understanding the why is important there.
Our rights to be in the service of genocide, to not let our struggles support a genocide in our name. And that is so, so key for our struggles. Yeah.
Yeah, every time I complain about genocide on social media, I get this like standard answer that says, you're a queer guy, you're a faggot, if you were in Gaza, you will be dead. And I say like, well, that's the whole point of my complaint. I will be dead. And so we're talking about feminism, we're talking about queer politics, we've talked about anti-racism. And I think when we use these terms,
Okay, I have asked you repeatedly to stop making shit up in my chat. Do you know what Emmy O'Brien's life story is? Have you listened to Emmy O'Brien's oral history? Because we are going to do that at some point. Do you know what their background is at all? Why are you assuming they're rich? You have no fucking idea. So please, for the love of God, stop making shit up. We deal in reality here, and we deal in evidence. We don't deal in your feelings to try to say, these are all just rich white people that have never struggled due to their class. You have no fucking clue. So stop it. My God.
family abolition discourse, it's easier to swallow. But you've said many times during this conversation that family...
My stream just got rated on Rumble. This like never happens to me. Thank you, OG Geezer, for rating my stream. I appreciate it. Welcome everyone on Rumble.
Abolition is about transforming material conditions of living. And I think there is a level that suits better family abolition than feministic, which is feministic, than queer, which is queer, and then anti-racist, which is anti-racist. And that word is communism. So are you a communist?
Certainly, I am a communist. So throughout thinking about how to speak to it, there's many ways of thinking about this. One thing I will say is that I think...
Welcome to all our new people watching on Rumble. We appreciate you guys. This is Socialism Saturday. We are watching a real communist, and I actually just said that them's a communist, talking about abolishing the nuclear family and what they believe. So if you guys want to learn about the real radical revolutionary far left, things I promise you that you've never seen before on the internet, come and watch Real Communism with us. It's super fun and not at all dystopian. And, stick around if you want to see the craziest shit on the internet. Welcome.
So throughout thinking about how to speak to it, there's many ways of thinking about this. One thing I will say is that I think it is increasingly clear to large numbers of people around the world that capitalism has produced a nightmare machine that is destroying the planet and destroying the basis of our lives.
Okay, I need to really emphasize this for people who are new to the left. They believe that capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, created all problems. All of them. They believe that most problems will be fixed when capitalism, private property ownership, is eliminated. They literally believe, Emmy O'Brien literally believes that capitalism is going to kill everyone. As a reminder, capitalism to the left is not just an economic model. It is an economic model and it is a cultural model. And so when Emmy O'Brien is saying capitalism, them is not saying go into the store and buy stuff. Them is saying the entire culture that upholds private property ownership. What they mean by that that's relevant to us is they believe the United States is built on capitalism, and they believe that the United States Constitution is a capitalist document, and they believe the only way to achieve the society that they want to build is by overthrowing the Constitution and the United States government, which they will do with violence. Let's just go back.
So are you a communist?
Certainly, I am a communist. So throughout thinking about how to speak to it, there's many ways of thinking about this. One thing I will say is that I think it is increasingly clear to large numbers of people around the world that capitalism has produced a nightmare machine that is destroying the planet and destroying the basis of our lives. That if we want to survive as a species, if we want to build just futures, we have to collectively figure out how to get out of capitalism. one way or another. It's a fundamental necessity for our survival and well-being. And the scale of ecological crisis that is driving, among other things, mass displacements and migration of people around the world, that there is, like, whatever we think of as a decent society is not going to survive if we continue to be really driven by dynamics of profit. So there's many,
specifically what Emmy O'Brien means there is, so the reason that climate change is such a big thing on the left is because they believe that capitalism literally created climate change by putting adherence to profits above what is best for the environment. There is an extremely militant environmental justice movement. You guys think Greta Thunberg is bad? Oh, no. There is an extremely militant, violent, willing to blow up pipelines and shit environmental justice movement within the radical revolutionary far left, where they literally believe that if we don't abolish capitalism, it will literally kill everyone. And we're going to see a presentation from them next week at the Socialism Conference because they have a whole presentation about it. I want everyone to just sit back and think for a second, and you have to put aside whether or not you agree with the far left, because of course we are anti-communists on this channel. We do not agree with these people, but I want everyone to just think about this for a moment. If you very literally believe that capitalism is going to result in the death of not only you, but everyone you love and the entire planet, would you do everything in your power to try to overthrow that system? And keep in mind that when Emmy O'Brien says overthrowing capitalism, Emmy O'Brien means overthrowing the Constitution and the United States government and building communes all around the country. So much so that Emmy O'Brien literally wrote a book about doing just that. That's what Everything for Everyone is. That book we read at the beginning of the presentation, the book we looked into. So these people are serious, and you can make fun of their looks, and you can call them trannies or whatever, and you can say they're mentally ill or whatever. But these people very literally believe that if they don't win, they are going to die, and everyone's going to die. If they don't overthrow the country, then capitalism will literally kill us all. They are zealots, guys. They are willing to do whatever it takes to achieve their vision. And this is why I get so pissed off when people are like, they're just mentally ill. Well, they're winning, and they're winning more than most people understand because they take this seriously. The right does not take the threat of these people seriously, I promise you. But they take this incredibly seriously because they literally believe that capitalism is going to kill everyone.
Schools of thought and ways of thinking about how to escape from capitalism, how to overcome.
Yeah, I know that you guys have been talking about the Communist Control Act because conservative influencers are lying to their audience again and saying that the Communist Control Act are going to allow them to deport the Democratic nominee for mayor in New York City. The Communist Control Act only applies to very specific organizations that no longer exist. So no, the Communist Control Act is not going to allow you to deport people. The Communist Control Act is not going to allow you to do what you want to do. Everyone saying otherwise is lying to you. Please stop listening to conservative bullshit artists that feed you these bullshit talking points, because most of them have never actually read the Communist Control Act. And if you did actually read it, you would find out that it applies to organizations that no longer exist. You can't deport people just for being a communist, guys. You can't. Emmy O'Brien is a communist. Emmy O'Brien is not a member of any of the organizations in the Communist Control Act because the organizations in the Communist Control Act no longer exist.
Class society. I think I have particular opinions about all sorts of debates, but broadly for me, communism is the word to describe a commitment to overcoming capitalism. And what that has to do with the history of the Soviet Union and others, I think is very complex and can be debated, but that is a necessity that we find a way out of capitalism. And in many ways, what I hope my book offers is that
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It applies to specific organizations, bro. I promise you don't know more than me about this issue. You really, really don't.
Is a long history of left
I
debates
heard
about
Fox News
the role of the
say-
state in anti-capitalist struggle, struggles around work and how the economy is organized and the need to transform those. And my book is an effort to draw out the long legacy, which includes Marx and Engels, includes the utopian socialists, includes many other anti-capitalists throughout history, of recognizing that overcoming class society, of fighting against capitalism, will also necessarily transform our intimate personal lives. And that transformation,
I got you.
Which I
Don't worry
hint
about it.
at in the section that I read on the Oaxaca commune, that transformation of our intimate personal lives is a very important part of what anti-capitalist struggle has to offer us, to provide the basis for a richer and fuller kind of love and care for each other.
I have another question, which wasn't planned, but I think there's another movement, social movement, that is changing at least Catalonia and Spain, and is really important in Europe right now, which is the climate emergency movement. And I was wondering how family abolition can also be linked or can also be framed from the climate emergency discourse.
The CCCB is doing an event on America, or an exhibition on American suburbia.
I am drinking a sour that is blueberry and banana, apparently. Cheers. Appreciate you guys. That's pretty good. Not bad at all. If you're drinking something fun, let us know what you're drinking in the chat.
Which was a kind of pinnacle of a particular kind of family norm in many ways, a clearly very racist one clearly dependent on a massive, a kind of pinnacle of capitalist empire in the structure of American cars and American highway systems, and was very key to a kind of counter-revolutionary force against the advances that Black and queer people had made and working class people had made during World War II. And American suburbia is also a kind of pinnacle of a certain kind of model of the family centered around individual consumption, right? That everyone has their car, everyone has their house, everyone is trying in competition with each other to acquire everything they can. And that the focus of the state is around supporting this kind of mass acquisition. And this model of hyperconsumption, of individualized consumption, is so built into the family as a property form. Even when people don't live in suburbia, the sense of trying to acquire, trying to expand, trying to consume, and the role of the state and the economic system being about expanding the powers of that consumption, I think the ecological crisis has made it really evident that that is completely untenable, and that we need to put together more collective modes of life. We need to be committed to mass transit. We need to be committed to large-scale social and public housing. We need to be committed around trying to figure out how to create lower impact forms of collective consumption where we're able to share in a kind of joy and pleasure with each other that doesn't require acquisition. And that requires moving beyond the private household as the main unit of consumption and beginning to think about how we structure society and how we create opportunities for caring and supporting each other.
It is really curious how they accuse us of wanting to destroy families and make individuals feel lonely and live lonely, while there's nothing lonelier than a suburbia.
There's nothing lonelier
I like
than
to end
suburbia,
chats
actually.
with a happy note, at least, because I think
Real.
fear is the fuel for fascism. And hope and dreaming and the opportunities of better worlds is the fuel for utopias. Quoting you, family abolition is a horizon of human freedom.
No. Hang on. No. We don't do any of this spiritual Gnosticism bullshit in my chat. This is not correct. Don't ever say this again in my chat. We do not allow this talking point here because it's bullshit garbage.
You wrote your own utopic science fiction novel, as we said at the beginning. It's called Everything for Everyone, An Oral History of the
That's
New York
that book.
Commune 2052-72, and it's been translated to Spanish right now.
Being translated. I
Being
think.
translated in this precise moment. And together with Palestinian Eman Abdelhadi, yes, has fiction the power to change reality?
I love utopian fiction very much, and Family Abolition is my book is unusual as a work of Marxist social criticism, of including a speculative dimension, where in the last third of the book I actually sketch out a vision of family abolition in the future, not as a blueprint or as a plan for people to implement, but as a way of trying to flesh out and articulate something about the desires, the yearnings for freedom that I'm exploring throughout the book. And the science fiction novel you describe is a account of New York's role in a global anti-capitalist revolution in the future that involves a lot of trauma, a lot of crisis, a lot of pain, but through it, people manage to build a better society. And the book has been very, very resonant with readers. Neither Aman nor I, Aman Abdelhadi, my co-author, nor I are accomplished fiction writers, and we had low expectations for the book. And wherever we've gone, we've met people who passionately tell us it's their favorite book they've ever read. And I at first I was really startled by this, and I'm quite sure it's not based on my accomplishments as a writer, but that people engaged in collective struggles and social movements are doing so partially out of a utopian impulse of a desire for a different kind of world. And through their participation in movements, those desires open and unfold. People are able to imagine different kinds of societies through joining in movements. It's the experience of being in movements that helps open us on to the possibility of the world be different. And what I've come to see is that there is a very powerful and very important role for writers to play in drawing out and articulating and reflecting back to people the kinds of utopian visions that are already at play in social movements. So and I think there are many, many examples of this. So like one example, for example, is I was part of a prison abolitionist group for some years. And prison abolition is a movement that's been around in the United States since the 1970s, well, earlier as well, but it was really driven by prisoner organizing. And it was quite small for a long time. And one of the things we talked about was the growth of modern policing, that like a better kind of world might be possible if we didn't organize society depending on police. And it was the George Floyd rebellion in 2020.
The George Floyd rebellion, for people who don't know, the left calls the Black Lives Matter riots the George Floyd rebellion or the George Floyd uprising. Abolishing the police, defunding the police entirely comes from the radical revolutionary far left. They hate the police. They believe the police's job is to enforce the laws around private property ownership. They don't believe the police protect people. This is why they have no problem getting rid of them, because people ask all the time, well, do they think getting rid of capitalism is going to stop crime? They very literally believe the police don't protect people anyway. And so it's like getting rid of them, all you're getting rid of is the enforcers of private property ownership. So Emmy O'Brien here is talking about they want to create a world that is fundamentally that has different, what do they say explicitly? They want to create a world where society is not organized depending on the police. That means abolish the police, defund the police.
About was the growth of modern policing, that like a better kind of world might be possible if we didn't organize society depending on police. And it was the George Floyd rebellion in 2020, this huge uprising against police violence, that suddenly huge numbers of young people began to articulate and talk about the abolition of police in US politics. And it became a kind of radical vision that lots of people could think.
You don't believe it for a different reason. I don't like the police. I think the police are an organized gang. I don't support the police. I don't back the blue. I don't do any of those things. Not for the same reason as the left. It's not, what is important is not what you believe. What is important is why you believe it and what you want to do to change things. So I guarantee you that just because you don't like the police doesn't mean you don't like the police for the same reason they don't like the police. And that's the important thing that you need to know.
Think about thanks to the unfolding of the uprising itself. And I think there's a very powerful role for writers to draw out this vision, to articulate it, to flesh it out, and to provide opportunities for people and movements to do so, that these kind of utopian visions can help us articulate our desires and allow us to understand to say something about what we're fighting for and how we care and love for each other.
Thanks a lot, Michelle. That was enough of us, but I want to hear from you. Vull escoltar preguntetes, sobretot de l'alumnat del curs. Doneu un bon exemple, demostreu-li a la Michelle que ha pagat la pena vindre a les 4 xapes que us hem fotut i compartiu alguna reflexió també avui. No sé si podeu encendre la llum perquè no veig ningú. Podeu aixecar la mà, com es fa, podeu fugir, com fa altra gent, que té pànic.
Are they doing questions? Questions are always the best part.
I was wondering about the role of kinship once we abolish
Guys,
the family.
can we just talk about this? I understand this is in Spain, okay, but there's an entire room full of people listening to this stuff. This is probably at some university somewhere where all of these people are just tentatively, like really enthusiastically taking notes on what this person is saying. And I've seen socialist events like this over and over and over again. These people spend their lives traveling around doing speaking tours just like this. This is how they get people on their side. All right?
How to imagine that, what is left of what it used to be, like the family relations, or like just kinship, like someone giving birth to someone else. Because I'm sure you know Ursula Le Guin in The Dispossessed. We have Shevek, the protagonist, who doesn't have like any kind of relationship with his mother, but then he forms a family kind of like as a choice. So I don't know if this kind of utopia, like Le Guin shows, if that would be kind of what you have in mind when you're talking about abolishing family.
In Everything for Everyone, the utopian science fiction novel, we use the word the people family together. Like in the Oaxaca commune, women bringing their children with them to the barricades. So rather than the family as I hear my voice through this, I can't do that. Rather than the family as a isolated property arrangement where right? So a fundamental way of talking about family abolition is who you love and who you happen to be related to should not determine your life chances.
See?
Should not determine your material well-being.
We talked about that earlier.
Very simple way of putting it. And we can all
remember, okay, so for people who maybe missed it or maybe people need a review, what Emmy O'Brien is saying is they want to abolish the family because they believe that your family dictates the resources that you have available to you. The whole basis of the book, Everything for Everyone, is the idea that everyone should have access to all of the resources apart from who you happen to be biologically related to.
All together try to imagine societies where that's the case, where who your parents happen to be, or who you choose to live with, or who you choose to love, doesn't shape the kind of material access to the means of survival and human flourishing. And I think there are a lot of different kinds of examples of hypothetical societies,
thank
of
you, Jane.
societies that have been
Appreciate it.
tried out that do this in a variety of ways. I personally am not interested in family abolition models that are centered around the separation of children and parents. I think particularly given the history of white supremacy and the separation of children and parents has played a very important role in genocide at various moments. And so I'm very skeptical of models of family abolition that center on that. But what I imagine and what we articulate in the novel is that people are a part of broader communes that might include an entire city block or a couple hundred people that are actually the economic unit to figure out how to access food, how to take care of housing, how to make sure everyone has health care. And that within that, people can form parenting relationships, they can form romantic relationships, they can identify themselves as part of a family together, but that family doesn't function as an economic unit or a property unit. So that if someone wants to make different choices, a kid is not getting along well with their parents and things have spun out, or someone wants to separate romantically, that actually they move to another part of the commune, right? Which doesn't have to be a building, it could be many buildings. They move to another part of the commune and it doesn't change what kind of support they're able to access. It doesn't change their material well-being because the family isn't a property unit. So that's one way that I go about envisioning it, so that people still have kinship relations. They still might identify themselves as related to others, but that relation, that kinship can be much more likely to be voluntary or chosen. It can be much more likely to have some flexibility to allow for non-traditional forms. And it would not be determinant of whether you get the support that you need to survive.
So, sorry, very similar to the anarchist and Ares commune, more or less, like what you're saying. I mean, like it's similar to the book, right?
It's similar to what?
To how Le Guin puts it in the book.
It's certainly Le Guin, I think, it's a wonderful vision in The Dispossessed. There's some slightly weird things about sexual assault in that book, but by and large, I think Le Guin resonates with elements of my politics, and we need a lot more novels like The Dispossessed, a lot more articulations of these kind of utopian family abolitionist futures.
Thanks.
¿Més preguntes?
First of all, thank you very much for everything that you said to us and for sharing. And I'm studying gender in university, and next year I'm going to do my final degree project, and I'm thinking of doing about family abolition, but I would like to give it a more anarchistic view. So everything that I'm finding out there is very communist based, and I don't know if you have any opinion about how to mix it with anarchism.
Communism is anarchism. Anarchism is communism.
So both me and other family abolitionists that I'm close to do not advocate a vision of communism that's centered around the consolidation of power into the state. So one of the great debates between anarchists and
Emmy O'Brien is saying, I am an anarcho-communist. When they say they don't favor the consolidation of power in the state, they are saying, I'm an anarcho-communist. But what they mean when they say the state, and this is actually important, what they mean when they say the state is the capitalist state. So Emmy O'Brien, in their book, described like a governance model with people and assemblies, and we talked about that earlier. So it's not as though they see no governance model. What they define anarchism as overthrowing the capitalist United States government. That's what they're talking about.
Advocate a vision of communism that's centered around the consolidation of power into the state. So one of the great debates between anarchists and communists is the role of the state in a more just society.
Let's see. Trevor over on Rumble asked a good question. If they take back the stolen land from the capitalists, how do they believe it's theirs? Are they not just repeating the same injustices? No, they're not, because what they believe, and this might seem like a ridiculous distinction, but this is what they believe. They don't believe the indigenous people that the land was stolen from owned the land. They believe that when the land was under the collective caretakership of the indigenous people, the land belonged to everyone and everyone could use the land. So it wasn't the same thing. They believed that before the land was stolen, the land was not exclusive. Everyone was included, everyone could use the land for whatever. They believed that when the land was stolen from the indigenous people, it was privatized to make it off limits for some people to use. And when they're saying take the land back, what they mean is return the land from private property ownership, which they want to abolish, to the collective caretakership of the land, in which no one owns the land, but they're all taking care of the land. So I hope that answers your question.
Society. And there are visions of family abolition, like I'm very inspired by Alexander Kollontai, for example, that ultimately, although she didn't quite see this at the time in the Russian Revolution, that was ultimately about consolidating social reproduction, not from the family into the state form. So the state plays a massively expanded role in childcare and house cleaning and education and all sorts of things. And there's some ways that this was a very progressive advance, I think, in Russia at the time.
Hey, welcome.
But that is ultimately a form of family abolition that I reject, or at least critique. In my case, because I'm very interested in the history of the state playing a white supremacist role in colonialism, right? That the consolidation of social reproduction in the state happened in anti-indigenous genocide, for example, that taking of indigenous children away from their families in North America into indigenous boarding schools that were initially Catholic run and then later state run. So it's unclear to me what would be substantive, because I'm interested in the self-activity and self-determination of working class social movements and quite critical of the state. It's unclear to me what the sharp differences are from anarchism. So it's a vision of a communist politics that I don't think is in opposition to anarchism. The difference why I use the word communist rather than the word anarchist to describe myself is I think that in many cases, anarchists in the United States particularly are interested in isolated examples of resistance. They're interested in building communes now that try to sustain themselves under capitalist conditions. And that I think the transformations that we need have to be global. And if they're not global, they will either fail by being defeated, or they will fail by having to accommodate themselves to capitalist property relations. That we need, that human life, humanity right now depends on a vast global interdependence where we count on people we don't know all over the world for the material, for our clothes, for our food, for the functioning of the internet, for our culture, right? This vast interdependence, which right now is capital. Capital is the global human community that we're all a part of. And that vast interdependence on a global scale that capitalism structures is what we have to seize and what we have to transform. And that commitment to a global vision, that this sort of immense human interdependence is the basis of a free society. Right now, it's the basis of the violence and ecological destruction that we all live under, and it could be the basis of a free society, is why I use the word communist. Yeah.
More questions?
Hey, thanks for this talk. It's been really inspiring and really powerful. And I guess my question has to do with what you just sketch out right now. And it is that I was wondering how resistant or resilient is the idea of abolishing the family when it is defended inside capitalism. This is to what extent is there a high risk
This is correct.
of capitalism absorbing that idea and making it compatible with itself? Thanks.
Until we defeat capitalism, it will co-opt and absorb anything.
Anything.
That I think it is impossible to
problems.
develop a political program, a vision, a cultural form, a policy.
Oh, you just came here to own the libs, didn't you? You probably think, do you think we're communists, bro? Do you think you're talking to a room full of socialists right now? You waited 5 minutes to subscribe to my channel to chat in, and you're just here to own the libs, aren't you? Well, I'm going to explain to you what the left believes. You're going to say, why has communism failed everywhere it's been embraced? Let me explain to you what the left is going to say to that. And just so you know, we're not actually communists. I know you're probably confused because of the title of the video. This is a filtering mechanism. It lets us know who's a high IQ person and who's a low IQ person. Right now, you're on the bottom end of that spectrum, by the way. But let me explain to you what the left would actually say about this. The left would say that communism and socialism have failed because it wasn't given the conditions to be successful. In the USSR, they're going to say that it failed because Stalin ruined everything, because Stalin didn't want to make communism a global effort. Stalin just wanted to focus on the USSR. And they're going to say that communism can only succeed when it is a global effort, because if you have a capitalist country next to a communist country, then the capitalist country is going to co-opt the communist country, which is literally what you're going to say, what you're about to hear Emmy O'Brien say right now. They're also going to say that socialism or communism can only work once this is excuse me, hang on. Apologies. They're also going to say that socialism and communism can only work once it has gone through an industrialized society, and that societies that have tried to implement it before have not gone through the full process of industrialization. That's what they're going to say. Welcome. Hope you learned something.
Politics that commodity fetishism, the commodity exchange can't slice up, repackage, defame, and de-radicalize. And we, people, yeah, I think that is very true.
Well, Nazism was capitalist because Nazis didn't want to abolish private property ownership. So it is absolutely not true that the Nazis were communists in the same way the Marxists were communists. Don't get fooled by the socialist in the National Socialist title. The Nazis still wanted private property ownership. They awarded people with private property. They awarded families who had kids with a house. So the Nazis were fundamentally different. Hitler was fighting the Marxists. They are not the same thing at all in any way. I'm not a Nazi or a National Socialist, but I understand enough about their ideology to know that they did not want to abolish private property. And the fundamental attribute of the communist is the abolition of private property. So it is also that they're nationalists too. You're not wrong about that. So yeah, the Nazis were nationalists, which means they believed in borders. The left does not believe in borders. They want to eliminate all borders. That means all borders around all countries. And so there is that aspect of it as well. The left hates nationalism.
That's part of what makes me so hesitant around celebrating forms of resistance that I am actually very inspired by, but are necessarily have to accommodate themselves to capitalist society. So like communal housing arrangements, for example. I lived in communal punk scenes for many years. I lived in squats for years.
Are we at all surprised that Emmy O'Brien lived in the punk scene for years? Is anyone that has studied the queercore movement with me surprised that Emmy O'Brien was in the punk scene? You shouldn't be, because one of the things that developed queer ideology was the punk scene. Queer developed within punk subculture. That's not to say everyone into punk subculture was queer, because there were Nazis in the punk subculture too. There were all sorts of people in punk subculture, but there was a very specific punk subculture called queercore. And I would be quite frankly shocked if Emmy O'Brien was not involved in the queercore movement. And let this be a lesson to the person I yelled at earlier who said Emmy O'Brien has never experienced class struggle. Emmy O'Brien is saying, like, I was homeless squatting in people's houses or on couches or things like that.
Are necessarily have to accommodate themselves to capitalist society. So like communal housing arrangements, for example. I lived in communal punk scenes for many years. I lived in squats for years. I grew up in a place where there was a very vibrant utopian cultural movement in the 1970s called hippies. So I actually have a story about this. So my parents all moved to Oregon in part because they were hippies.
I know, we're
They were
shocked.
really interested in a cultural transformation of American society to be less militaristic, less capitalist, less acquisitive, less violent.
So what Emmy O'Brien is saying is Emmy O'Brien is a second-generation communist, at least. Many communists and socialists in the United States are second or third generation communists or socialists. And so let this be an end to the idea that the right has, that the left doesn't have kids. It's the stupidest thing the right has ever said, which is like, they don't have kids. They abort all their babies. I'm looking at you, Tim Pool. Every time Tim Pool says they abort all their kids, he's a fucking retard, because so many communists and socialists are literally second or third generation, which means their parents were communists too.
And really had a vision of kind of a utopian way of living together. My mom moved to a commune in rural Oregon. My mother and father met at a cooperative restaurant, a cooperatively owned restaurant. And I was born years later. And I grew up in this town where were still many hippies, as well as many Nazis and many other kinds of people. And my experience of the hippie movement is they were my employers as a teenager. So some hippies were poor and became addicted to drugs and ended up in prison or died. And they didn't have broader family supports, right? They didn't come from well-off families. And the hippie movement sort of imagined they could escape class. They could imagine that the material class position of their family doesn't have to decide how you live together. And so they tried to form these communities where no one talked about class, where they were all together. But as it went on, those communities fell apart, and one strata of hippies became very poor. And another strata opened businesses in my hometown where they sold juice, tofu, and the factory where I worked, sprouts, alfalfa sprouts. I worked in a sprout factory. And my employer, who was a hippie, was a racist, sexist, terrible employer. He was a terrible person. And he made money selling sprouts to other hippie restaurants. And so what had been a kind of utopian effort to escape class, because it was within a capitalist society, over time it fell apart, and over time, whether someone had access to material family wealth really determined what happened to them. The people with wealth could start businesses or become landlords or do all these other things. And that example for me is very important for how we think about our radical projects. That we can put together many kinds of radical projects that are very important and should be defended, should be built on, are really the basis of movements. And if they're not successful in fundamentally transforming society, at some point they'll fail, and that failure will take a form of co-option. It will take a form of accommodation. It will take a form of certain kind of logics of the family and property reasserting themselves.
Thank you so much.
You all are very kind in asking questions in English, but it isn't necessary if anyone wants to ask in Catalan or Castellano.
Emmy O'Brien really wants to participate in language justice there, so Emmy O'Brien doesn't want to force people to use the language of the oppressor, which is English.
I will have to ask in English because I'm visiting Barcelona from Portland, Oregon. So Oregon is represented.
A fellow Oregonian.
Yes. I moved there in adulthood. I've lived there this whole century.
I fled Oregon in this century.
Yes.
Yeah.
I spent my childhood in suburbia, suburban Long Island, so very much the typical
maybe
suburbia,
not the only, but one of the
grew
biggest.
up in that isolated family where there was domestic violence. We were abused as children. But the narrative was that my parents had moved to suburbia to escape an urban environment where Black people were moving in. So the racist tale covers the white patriarchal violence. And I'm thinking about this both in terms of the first question you asked about people always want to know, well, what was wrong with your family to make you feel this way? And the way that you just answered the last question, right? Which is that sometimes what we experience
hang
in
on,
our
hang on. Let's be clear. When the left says fascism, they mean capitalism. Like there's no other explanation that's needed. When the it's not capitalism in decay. When the left says fascism, they mean capitalism, period. Not capitalism in decay. They mean free market capitalism. Or I mean, people could say we don't have free market capitalism, whatever. It doesn't really matter. When the left says fascism, they mean private property ownership and nationalism with borders.
Or abusive hippie employer, or my family, or whatever people's experiences here are. I would love to hear you reflect on how we resist a concept of pathologizing when in fact what those experiences have given at least some of us are maybe our superpowers, right? That it provides us with an analytic framework where we can reject what is so societally not just normative but celebrated that it's very hard to escape otherwise. So tell me about your superpowers.
So I am trans. I'm a trans woman. And things are ugly for trans people right now, right? The level of escalating hatred of trans people in certainly the American right, but also American liberals and centrists, are signing on to a transphobic policies and watching the escalation of transphobia in the UK.
Okay, so Trevor over on Rumble asks, excuse my ignorance, but isn't Emmy O'Brien some part of the hierarchy? Almost a celebrity status within their movement. Okay, that's actually a good question. So what Trevor's getting at is essentially if the left has a bunch of leaders that are out leading their movement, isn't that fundamentally a hierarchy? So if someone like Emmy O'Brien, who is a very visible abolish the family activist, is out there all the time and they're one of the people that's lifted up, doesn't that make it a hierarchy? And what I would say is, I understand why you might think that, but there are so many leaders on the left that I don't think you can they don't view themselves as separate or better than other people. So the leaders on the left are the academics, the authors, and the activists, okay? And so what it is basically the people who get put into these leadership positions on the left, they're the ones who are out there articulating the message and communicating with other people. But that doesn't mean that people who aren't one of those leaders have any less significant of a role. And so they don't really have a hierarchy in the way that you think of it. Also, if Emmy O'Brien steps off the reservation at all, they pluck Emmy O'Brien out, they throw Emmy O'Brien away just like a broken part in a machine, and they just replace it with someone else. And so I understand why you think that, but you have to understand the left sees leadership as a collectivized model. There is no one leader. There is not a small number of leaders. There's a huge number of leaders that are all out there doing stuff like this, and they don't see themselves as above other people. They just see themselves as, this is the role that I have. And other people have different roles that are also important. I hope that makes sense.
And knowing, right, even in the absence of coordinated large-scale political attacks on trans people, the huge numbers of trans children who are born in
No. You're talking to someone that's having a completely different conversation. No one has actually said this. So I don't know why you're spouting off about this, because this has nothing to do with it. Okay? After 18, do whatever you want. No, I fundamentally disagree with you. Emmy O'Brien is a queer activist, and I certainly give a fuck what Emmy O'Brien does. If you are advocating for the abolition of the gender binary, then you are a problem, and I don't care if you're under 18 or over 18. Please focus on what's being taught.
unsupportive families. And that's a major concern of mine. Like, what will it take for us to care for all trans children, to defend all trans children? And the desires of trans children, I think, when taken seriously, really break open the family form. I get along fine with my parents, but I think there's no question that I, like many people I know, draw on my personal experiences, my personal facing of forms of violence and trauma, as a way of trying to make sense of the world in which we live and trying to articulate something different and something better. And that in struggles, we join in solidarity with each other. We join in support.
Yeah, okay. Just so you know, I don't give a flying fuck if you disagree with me. You are in my classroom right now. I am not in yours. Let's do a quick pause for this person who thinks they know everything. What is the goal of queer Marxism? Go. This is only for this person. We're going to see how much you've been listening. You want to come into my chat and pontificate and then speak back to me? What is the goal of queer Marxism? Go. We're waiting for you. Only for you. We stopped the entire stream just for you because you know everything and we know nothing, right? What is the goal of queer Marxism? Please educate us. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting for you to answer. Only this person. I don't want to see answers from anyone else. No one else. Only this person. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know. Thank you. Now shut the fuck up and listen and don't fucking question me again unless you actually know what you're talking about, which you don't in this case. The goal of queer Marxism is the abolition of the gender binary and the nuclear family, both as attacks on capitalism. Capitalism is defined explicitly as private property ownership. I don't care about how you fucking feel about trans people or anything. If you want to abolish the gender binary, I don't give a fuck how old you are. You are a queer Marxist and you are trying to overthrow the system and our entire country. And until you learn that, maybe less talking and more listening would be appropriate.
Support of people's experiences that are not our own, but in so doing, we draw on our own rage, our own pain, our own survival as a means of doing so. That we are in solidarity with each other because we recognize something in our own experience.
When they say trauma, they mean capitalism inflicts violence on everyone.
About the need for liberation,
not a dumb question.
About the need for a freer, more just world. That solidarity is not helpful as a form of charity, where my life is just fine and I'm helping somebody else's life that is bad. That, of course, there's uneven distribution of violence and death and suffering around the world, but that this is a miserable world for nearly everyone.
Because of capitalism.
And that something in that misery and in how we survive it and how we resist it and how we find love in it offers something to us about how we can support others facing other kinds of misery and pain.
Any more questions?
Questions.
I would encourage you to use the mic. I find that based on where someone's located in the room and the recording and whatnot, that's usually a bit better.
I'll try. I find that when I speak with my own like queer young communities about what the future could look like and child rearing could look like, I think the main limit to our creativity maybe is infrastructure in terms of, living in a lot of the world having housing crises right now. And just everything being built, you kind of touched on this in the suburbia words, I guess, but being built around a nuclear family structure. I'm wondering if there's any current kind of present communities.
Right. I need to pee. I'll be right back. Pay attention.
That are doing this well.
I have certainly looked to and found some inspiration in forms of child rearing and collective care that I've seen emerge in militant social movements, that I've seen emerged in cooperative housing. And currently, in some places, there is a bourgeois movement around co-housing. People who have the means of buying houses being interested in sort of trying to create more collective architecture where their collective living spaces that overlap, include their private spaces and collective spaces together. These are very limited in really requiring access to being able to buy property. And historically, I looked some about the history of social democracy and collective housing. I mentioned Alexandra Kollontai, and she was really interested in the sort of huge architectural transformation of apartment blocks so that they significantly expand the kind of cooperative arrangements available to people. But I'm very interested in what it takes for these kind of architectural material solutions being much, much more widely available. And historically, what it took was a very powerful, expanding, and very radical working class movement. And in the absence of that what we see is often these kind of more cooperative arrangements being only accessible to people with resources.
Oh, revolutionary housing or something like that?
Yeah.
Got it.
I think I won't get into specific examples, but they're certainly out there.
Okay, so I will make a last question.
Almost done, guys. We're almost there. Hang in.
All the people in here has come because they are curious about family abolition, at least, or because they feel positive about it, or they think that something talks to them. But my question is, what happens if we want to broaden the public, if we want to broaden the audience, if we want to make this discourse bigger, if we want transformation to happen? We have to reach people who is not interested at all in this discourse. We have to reach people who maybe even oppose this discourse. How do we approach new audiences? How we do convince the rest of our working class to join us abolishing our families?
I think so. I've spent many years as an organizer. I worked in tenant organizing. I've been very active in labor unions. I've been very active in HIV and AIDS struggles. And I've been a part of many organizing projects where figuring out how to convince a majority of people in a given workplace or a given housing block or a given community to support a particular set of policy or reforms or an organization. And in that setting, it's very important to figure out how to speak strategically, how to speak to people's actual concerns and demands, and to welcome people to articulate something of their own difficulties, right? And that the orientation to a kind of majority enthusiasm is a very building a majority is an essential part of the campaign. That is not.
Hey, Bro, you're spouting off in my chat. Do you realize that every single attack on parental rights comes from these people? These people. Do you realize that the takeover of the public schools, gender ideology in schools, transing and queering kids in public schools comes from these people? They haven't failed. They're succeeding. They're still succeeding now, even with the Trump administration, because most of them are ignoring the Trump administration's executive orders. I have socialists and communists literally on video talking about how they don't give a flying fuck what Trump said in his executive order. They're still going to do all this stuff. So no, they haven't failed. They are winning. You don't know that because you're too busy owning the fucking libs in my chat to shut up and listen. So maybe we have a couple minutes left of this stream where we've been here for 4 fucking hours. You just showed up to own the libs. So maybe take a seat in the back, shut your mouth, and listen for a couple minutes and learn who the actual enemy is. Because I promise you, you have no idea what you're talking about if you think these people have failed.
Not the spirit of family abolition for me. I think it's very important that whatever setting we're in, we allow ourselves, one could say on the left, to articulate something
4 hours, yeah.
around political theory, around the world that we want to live in, around our own understanding that doesn't necessarily speak to majorities in the present moment. And that I meet social democrats, for example, in the United States, who are very opposed to any reference to a radical transformation because they think it will alienate people from the social democratic program that they have. And they might be right? They wish the left would just shut up. But I know that without a radical left, their program will fail. It cannot succeed because it's so constrained in its imagination, in the service of always trying to build majorities. They refuse to let anyone speaking from yearning for a more radical transformation of society from even being a part of the political vision. And that those radical visions are very, very important for providing the spirit, the motivation, the depth, the richness of what are often very narrow policy programs. I do think there is a whole set of social reforms that could have very broad support that would dismantle much of how we understand the family. So I think there is potentially very broad support, for example, in affordable social housing, for access to quality housing. There's very broad support for
Thank you.
Generous cash transfer benefits in some settings, for people getting the financial support they need when they're not working. There's very broad support for elderly people being able to have a professional caretaker without needing to pay huge amounts of money for that. There is support around public education. And one of the points that I'm making is that all of these things, the right says that they will undermine families, because if you give people generous supports, that will lead people to leave certain kinds of relationships. And the left often scrambles and being like, no, these are pro-family. And one of my points is that all these reforms that we need to fight for, actually, that they allow people to escape families they don't want to be a part of, is part of what makes them so important and so valuable. That we, both in fighting for social democratic reforms and in how we understand that, in fighting for those reforms, recognizing that they provide a means of people being able to make more free choices about how they love, is part of what makes them so valuable. As well, like in the example of the Oaxaca commune, that family abolition doesn't have to be a program that you convince people of. That it actually, in protracted militant struggles by working class people against the state or capital, including mass strikes, including riots, including occupations, including guerrilla wars, including many, many examples of protracted rebellion, the nuclear family is very, very poorly suited to sustaining those struggles. And very quickly, when people join in any kind of mass protest that extends over time, They have to go beyond their nuclear family.
Anytime you are engaging in a mass revolutionary movement, you have to abolish the nuclear family to go beyond those societal relations
as a primary social form. And we see forms of collective care emerging in social movements over and over and over again. And that those often are not named, they're not recognized, and they're not seen. But that family abolition is a moment that automatically unfolds in anti-capitalist struggle, whether or not anyone believes in it and whether or not anyone names it. So that family abolition is a way of theorizing something that already happens. It doesn't have to be a program that we convince people
of. Thanks a lot, Michelle, for their chat today. This is all. Michelle will be now signing some books.
Hey, that's it. Hey, we made it. 4 hours of Socialism Saturday. Congratulations to all of the new people who made it through the entire stream. This was a really big stream. I want to really appreciate everyone who spent all this time with me tonight. Remember, we do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. And, we can go for hours at a time. And we actually have another presentation from Emmy O'Brien that we'll be watching at some point soon. I kind of want to do College U. I kind of want to do it. I kind of do, but maybe not right now. Maybe I want to take a break, Alex, and go get some dinner. Okay, maybe I want to do that. It's 10 o'clock where I haven't had dinner yet, so maybe we'll do that. But guys, just as a reminder, please make sure you mount the like button on the way out the door. Please make sure you are subscribed to my channel on YouTube, on X, on Rumble, on Kick, wherever you happen to be watching. And please make sure you're subscribed to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Now, we've got a really, really, really big week this week in terms of socialism coverage. Because as you guys know, the Socialism 2025 conference starts streaming live from Chicago on Thursday afternoon. So we will be doing really heavy. We will have a real Socialism Saturday next weekend. We will be watching socialism in the evening on Thursday, all day on Friday, and all day on Saturday. And leading up to the Socialism Conference, I'm going to do a special stream of content where we will be watching classic episodes from the Socialism Conference of years past. So this is going to be an awesome week for anyone that just really wants to jump in head first and watch a metric ton of socialism with us, and it's going to be great. And I recommend you guys get a lot of beer or alcohol in your house or weed or whatever you want because it helps. And I will be posting a schedule of what we're going to be watching on the Substack by tomorrow sometime. And so please make sure that you are subscribed to the Substack. You can subscribe for free if you want the schedule to pre-plan. And you can also subscribe for $8 a month or $80 a year. You do get access to a variety of perks when you subscribe for a little extra, to include access to my supporter Discord. Now, Jennifer, the host of Movie Night on Sundays in my supporter Discord, Jennifer is traveling tomorrow. So I get to do a wild card movie night in my supporter Discord tomorrow. I am taking over movie night, and you guys aren't going to know what we're watching for movie night in my supporter Discord until you actually come to movie night, and it's going to be a surprise because I don't know what we're watching yet. Okay. So I'm going to do a surprise movie night tomorrow in my supporter Discord at 8 p.m. Eastern time. I will be sending out the link via the Substack. And you guys can come and join us for that. I don't stream on Sunday nights. We just do movie night in the Discord. And so you guys can look forward to whatever movie I feel like. You're going to be watching some horror torture movie, and it's going to be great. And you guys are all really going to appreciate it, and it's going to be awesome. And so that's what we're going to be doing tomorrow night. And then we're coming back on Monday. And guys, on Monday at 7 p.m., we're going inside a call with the Democratic Socialists of New York. So we are actually going inside their first debrief call after winning their mayoral nomination. So we will be doing that live on the channel on Monday. And it's going to be awesome. We are not watching The Human Centipede. That's not what we're doing. But guys, as always, make sure you're signed up on the Substack. Sign up for free, sign up for money. I appreciate it either way. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight. Thank you especially to everyone who sent in super chats or joined the Substack at some point tonight. I appreciate all you guys. And now you are released. You can go back out into the world. You can remember the dystopia that I have graced you with tonight. And I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys when I see you. Take care. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.